Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to my channel. This is Nathan Daly. I am your law enforcement translator. Listen, we are here to provide insight. This is what this whole channel is about. We don't shy away from difficult conversation, as you guys already know. Listen, this is a hot topic. It's a crazy topic, and this is something that needs to be addressed. We need to talk about it. I promise you guys, we're going to cover this issue a long, long time ago. Those who are a part of my channel from day one. Those who are new to the channel, welcome back. If this is your first live stream, I really appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the members. You guys, you saw the thumbnail. What are we talking about? White supremacy, white dependency. Listen, this all stemmed from the last live stream we did. We had a gentleman come up here and he told us that he called me a white supremacist. He said I was a white supremacist, a black person who is a white supremacist. That's what he said. For those, if you didn't know or didn't see that stream, I have it in the video section in the catalog. I made a little short video, very interesting. A lot of people had a lot to say about that. We had a few people who were in agreement with him, and I sent them the link. I told them to come up and have the conversation. Please come up here and explain to me, right? We're going to talk about it tonight. We are absolutely going to talk about it. What else are we going to talk about? White supremacy. Are black people addicted to white supremacy? You guys, that's the title of the show. Are we addicted to it? We're going to dive into it. Listen, a lot of people like to throw these labels around and they don't know the meanings of these words. We're going to break it all down tonight. We're going to talk about the history, and then we're going to talk about the reality. How much of this thing is on us? How much is it on them? Who was them? Who was they? Right? Where do we get to this point in life where we're blaming everything on somebody else? You guys, this country within itself has an accountability problem. I say it all the time. And when we're talking about our community specifically, you guys, we have an issue with accountability too, right? Some of us in our community are accountophobic. What does that mean? We suffer from accountophobia, the fear of being held accountable. But listen, you guys, we're going to throw accountability all around tonight. There's more than enough to go around, because there's no way to move forward when you keep blaming the past, or you keep blaming someone who, yes, may have started the problem, but they may not be the ones finishing it, right? The torch was passed and we have it in our hands at this very moment. You guys, I had a conversation with a gentleman before on this channel, and I asked the chat, I asked the viewers, I said, if anybody thinks black people are oppressed right now, today, in this moment, please come up and have the conversation. You guys, and one person came up. There were a lot of people who had some issues, but only one person came up, and we had the conversation. It was an amazing discussion. You guys, the conversation was about, are black people being oppressed? A lot to talk about tonight, you guys. Listen, shout out to everybody in the chat tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. That gentleman from the last stream, he emailed me. If you guys remember that conversation, listen, we're going to play that video back. We're going to break it down. We're going to go through it. He said he'll be free around 9:30. I told him, come on up. I gave him the link. He has the link to come up and have the conversation. This gentleman called me a white supremacist. He called black people white supremacists for living in gated communities. He said gated communities is a form of racism, right? Gated communities keep black people out. This is what he said. He said, we're all victims of white supremacy. Where there's truth, you guys, yes. Is there some sprinkle of truth here and there? Yeah. But my question at the end of the day is, what are you going to do about it, right? So that's the problem. What is the solution? All this complaining gets us nowhere. You're either going to complain or you're going to compete, you guys. That's the moral of the story. Whether you like it or not, guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. We're in charge of fixing our own communities. We are in charge of fixing our own problems, regardless of who brought us into it. If we sit here and try to wait for a magic savior to show up and fix the black community, guys, we're going to be waiting another century, right? We're going to be waiting another century. So yes, yeah. Shout out to, that's what I'm talking about. Listen, She says, take away supreme, nothing supreme about them. Absolutely not, you guys. We're all human. We're all the same. We might think different, act different. Some of us got a head start. Some of us didn't, right? The reality is, no, not supreme at all. I think that we need to start moving forward, removing that out of our talking points, removing that out of our vocabulary. I say it all the time. There's no white man that's superior or supreme over me or our community. The more you speak these things over yourself, I'm telling you, it's empowering. And not only that, it's the truth, right? It's the truth. Now, if it was real, then I'd be like, hey, y'all, they supreme. Ain't nothing you can do about it. You guys, listen, that's not the case. It's absolutely, I don't even know how we got convinced into believing that. So listen, we're going to talk about that tonight. So shout out to everybody in the chat as people start rolling through. Let me see who's in here. And then we're going to get right to it. We're going to get right to it. There's a lot to talk about. I'm gonna do a poll real quick, and I'm gonna ask you: are Black people addicted to white supremacy? I want to know what you think. Yes or no? Very simple. I'm really curious to get the vibe of the chat. As you come in, you guys, please hit the like button. And let me throw this poll together real quick. Matter of fact, I'm gonna throw it together while I'm playing this video. You guys are familiar. If you have not, we are going to break down this conversation. Now, a lot of good conversations under the video, you guys. A lot of people were shocked and they're just kind of like, where'd this guy come from? A lot of people were saying, hey, listen, this is very unfortunate that we still have this mentality, this mindset. If you guys remember, he kept saying, I said, listen, okay, regardless, if you think I'm a white supremacist or I don't know what I'm talking about, that's completely fine. Tell me the solution. Tell me how to fix the problem. Give me the solution to the problem. He couldn't give it, you guys. He had no solution. What's the issue? The issue is people hear something on YouTube or someone sends them a video about what someone else did or what someone else said. And then we cling to this cult-like mentality and we don't do our own research. It's okay that we have people in the Black community who have very strong opinions about the issues that are going on in the community. They've done their research. They have their own perception of the issues and a unique perspective to said issues. There's nothing wrong with that. There's also nothing wrong with criticizing them. Criticizing them is not a problem. Listen, we all want the same thing. And sometimes what I've learned and what I realized since I've been on YouTube is that unfortunately there's too many people in our community that just want to be led, right? They want to be led. They want to blindly follow somebody because it makes them feel better, because it prevents them from having to deal with the reality of the problem. So unfortunately, we have people in our community that speak and they say really, really sweet, amazing things. They say things that are ear friendly. They tickle your ear, they tickle your heart, it makes you feel good, but it's not accurate. And it's not always the truth. It's not always the truth. And that's the problem. That's the problem. So I think when it comes to these type of conversations, it's very sensitive. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. When he came up, I thought he was joking. I actually thought he was playing. I had never been thrown off like that in a conversation, right? I was like, wow, he really feels like this. You guys, there's a segment of our community that really dive into this cult-like mentality when it comes to these issues. And what I notice is you have people who think that they're woke, right? So what they call it now, woke. I'm woke. I'm woke up. You're so woke, you're fast asleep. You're walking around with your eyes wide shut, right? But you think you can see. And what ends up happening, the blind ends up leading the blind, and then we get led into a wall every single time, to the point to where you have people who are absolutely white who say they're Black, and then you believe them. You believe them. That's how easy it is to deceive a lot of people in our community, and that's the unfortunate part. That we can't tell friend from foe. We can't separate those who have integrity and those who are genuine, right? It's hard to tell because we're so desperate to want someone. Shout out to this young lady. I'll be bringing an interview on this channel, you guys. She's a firecracker. She's amazing. And we've been having some really great conversations. I'm really excited about bringing her on next 2 weeks or so. And she told me that our community is so desperate to find a super Negro. This is what she said, a super Negro. You know, you guys, listen, we are our own heroes. We have to save our own selves. I think what ends up happening in these arguments, we get caught up in wanting to say, hey, look what was done to us, which is true, which was unacceptable, you guys, absolutely unacceptable, right? Slavery and everything after. That's a problem. It's a problem. And it's had a significant impact on our community, guys. But even then, all of those concerted efforts and the same efforts that are still happening today discreetly, the discrete efforts that are happening to keep us at the bottom, you guys, even after all those things, we still rise above it all. We still rise above the occasion, you guys. We are unstoppable. We are. We're one of the most resilient groups of people in this world. We've been through so much. And again, we still rise above all of that. What is the problem, though, with our community, guys? It is the unity, it's the teamwork, it's the economic strength, it is the core family. Family, that's the issue, guys. Family and community. If we fix that one thing, cuckoo cuckoo, you guys, it's over with. It's over with. That is the one thing they do not want us to do. Rebuild family. That's why all the concerted effort is to pull families apart, emasculate the man, dress the man up in a dress, right? Where are they attacking? Families, children. Listen, the Buzz Lightyear movie, they banned it in like 14 countries. Why? Why? What do these other countries know that we're not paying attention to? You guys, programming, conditioning, indoctrination. They know the power of images and symbolism. They know how to tear a community, a nation apart through entertainment, movies, music. You guys, this is common sense. This is psychological warfare. They just made you believe it's about skin color. You guys, it's always been about economics. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. That's the whole thing, you guys. That's it. That's it. Nothing more dangerous than the prison that you put yourself in. The mind. The mind's prison, you guys. This is what this whole thing's about. This is what it's all about. Nothing more dangerous than the prison you put yourself in. I always tell people, so it's like, white supremacy, they got us. They won't let us go. Well, what I see people chained. They're chained. But the chains that they have on them, they're actually holding them. And you just simply have to let them go. That's it. You just have to let it go. We want to dwell on the past because we think it validates the future. There's a difference between reasons and excuses. You guys, there's a big difference. What are the reasons? What are the excuses? Is this white supremacy? Is it white supremacy? Or is it black dependency? Man, listen, Alex starting us off early. Alex is starting us off early. What did Alex say? Shout out to you, Alex. Thank you for the super chat. Listen, you guys, don't be shy with the super chats. We're going in tonight. Some people can get their feelings hurt, but it's okay. Bless your heart. We're not here to coddle people's emotions, you guys. We're here to give you the truth. We're here to have real conversation. White supremacy. What did Alex Tyson say? Our ancestors actually went through real oppression, yet we complain more than they ever did and accomplished less. Listen, I didn't say it. Make it make sense. And then, them in the easiest time in human history, we're our own worst enemy. Listen. Ooh, we about to cook tonight. What we cooking tonight, y'all? Listen, shout out to everybody with the donut fund. Y'all know I went in on the donuts. If y'all didn't see the joint, Listen, you guys, I'm a donut junkie. If y'all want to donate to the donut fund, listen, once a cop, always a cop, right? Bad habits. Bad habits. Love like the strawberry covered with the sprinkles on it. I had them double glazing my donuts at Krispy Kreme so they know me as a regular. Like, yo, Nate showed up. Run my thing back again through the conveyor belt with another glaze on top. That's how I operate, y'all. That's how I operate. Shout out to all those who supported. Last stream was intense, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to hurt some feelings tonight, but bless their heart. It's okay. It's okay. What did Alex say? Shout out to you, Alex. Thank you for the super chat. Listen, you guys. The ancestors. I hear that word thrown around a lot. Oh, the ancestors. Oh, ancestors, help us for all that's going on today in America 2022. We're struggling out here. I can only imagine what would the ancestors say? For those who are into all that, what would the ancestors say? Ancestors, help us. White people it's a struggle out here. The ancestors are looking like, Negro, what struggle? Show me the dog bite marks. Show me the lynching. Show it to me. Someone in the chat, please, if you know anybody, friends, family, relatives who've been hung, lynched, talking strange fruit. You know what the ancestors say? Struggle. Struggle. Struggle what? Struggle sleep? Struggle stress? Struggle anxiety? What are you guys struggling about? We did all the heavy lifting. What are you complaining about? You simply have to be great. We did everything already, you guys. Where are you struggling? Where are the complaints coming from? Someone told me this all started because the young man who was speeding and burning out in a neighborhood, and two white adult males decided they want to be stupid and harass the young man by throwing a rock through his window. They got arrested. Listen, every time a white person commits a crime against a black person doesn't make them a racist. Is that the mentality we're operating in 2022? Listen, you guys, yeah, racist people exist. Cuckoo, who cares? Don't put your hands on nobody. I don't care about your feelings and how you think or how you view the world. Your worldview is wrong. It's backwards. Unfortunately, we have places in this country that still believe it's the 1860s. You guys, bless their heart. What do? How do you fix ignorance? Are you going to go in these rural areas in this country and change these people's minds? They're stuck in the 1860s, you guys. That's the problem. And guess what? We have some black people who are stuck in the 1860s. You hear some of these brothers and sisters talk, you would have thought they just got off the boat. You would have thought they just got freed, you guys. Hey, you know the white man keeping me down. Who, sir? You don't even know any white people. Some of y'all in the chat can't name me 5 white friends. Some of y'all don't even work with white people. Come on, man. What are we talking about? You know, we confuse white supremacy with green supremacy. You guys, it's about the money. It's always been about the money. It's always been about the money. Color just helps to distract us. White and black. Listen, white people fall for it too, you guys. Listen, everybody's falling for it. Everybody's falling for it. The great finesse. The fact that people believe it is the sad part. Cuckoo choo. Who would have knew? White people fell for it too. I have white friends. I have Hispanic friends. I have Asian friends. And what's interesting is we have these conversations. We have these conversations. Tough conversations to have. You don't talk to people, you don't know nothing, you guys. You don't know nothing. What did Dre say? Some folks believe, since they read a book, that are intellectually free, not understanding that they are still in spiritual bondage. Learn from the past, so not to report the future, so not to repeat the future. And typing this up on his phone. What is Dre saying? We are supposed to take the past and learn from it. Absolutely. Absolutely. We got to take the information from the past and we make ourselves better from it. What have we learned? What have we learned? What are we not doing that we should be doing? You guys, the ancestors are upset. They're fear. I got whipped for this, for y'all to be doing that. I have young men shooting and killing themselves all day, every day. Is this what I died for? All these broken families, aborted babies, runaway fathers, abusive men. Is this what we died for? We own nothing, but we spend everything. Is this what I died for? Low standards, lack of accountability, immoral behavior, no self-love, no community love. Is this what we died for? Is this what I'm swinging on the tree for this? Are we more oppressed now than we were in 1865? These Negroes back here picking cotton. Niggas now don't even want to pick up a book. Make it make sense. Complaining is so much easier than competing because competing requires you to do work. I asked this brother what the solution was. He couldn't give me one because you never thought about it. You want to cling onto excuses because it makes you feel better. It's easier when you can blame somebody. Another brother I talked to, I asked him, I said, how is white supremacy keeping you from doing what you've done? You're a successful black man. He's like, well, I don't feel oppressed, but I understand how other black people feel oppressed. Sir, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work. You either are oppressed because you're black or you're not. That's why it does not hold up. It doesn't make sense, you guys. It's not true. It's not true. You don't like that some white people make things difficult. That's why we need to have your own shit. Right? Oh, I don't like the way they tell us how to keep our hair. They gave this other person a job. Nepotism. They just hiring within. They hire. Okay. How long are we gonna keep complaining about that versus start our own? You guys, that's the power of ownership. Can't live in somebody's house and then tell them how to put the rules together. You got to get out, get your own house. Hey, curfew's at 9. Nah, I don't want to come in at 9. Well, why are you living in this house? You are. Well, I hate those rules. Well, you don't make the rules. So guess what? You guys, that's the reality. You mad because they tormented us, enslaved us, right? Inhumane practices, yeah. What are you going to do about it today? Can't change the past. I feel like the biggest problem I have when I have these conversations, especially about law enforcement issues, is that people feel like because I don't harbor on the past means that I can't talk about the future. No, I'm well aware of the past, you guys. I'm talking about the present. Unless you got a time machine, listen, I'll be the first one to jump in with you. Hey, let's run it back to 1619 before they got off the boat. Cuckoo could chew, you guys, right? They will say we suffered for our people to get this soft. What a waste. Whew. I think we gave up after the civil rights movement, you guys. I think we thought that was it. We're like, yay, we got it. We're integrating. We got it, you guys. Let's take a load off. You guys, listen, the fight is never going to be over. Why? Because it's about economics. It's groups against groups, respectfully. Shout out to you, Double. Thank you for the super chat. It's groups against groups, respectfully. You guys, this is about business. It's about capitalism. It's about money. Green supremacy. Black people own 1% of the nation's wealth, and it's declining. It's dropping. 1% of the nation's wealth we own. You have Asians that own more wealth than Black people in their smaller group. We either talk about the past or we can focus on the future. What do we need to do right now? What areas are we deficient in? What do we need to do? I know. I'll say I have a pretty damn good guess. What do we do? That's why I like talking to people who don't know what they're talking about. Because this whole conversation gets shut down quick when you don't have solutions. Daughter of Yah said, oh no, I missed the donut fundraiser. Daughter Yah, you always holding me down. Shout out to you, sis. She said, our ancestors were the most resilient people ever. They bore a lot of our burdens. Yes, they did. They did. What's the saying, you guys? The saying is, strong men create weak times. Strong men create for weak times. That's the problem. Shout out to you, Daughter of Yah. Thank you so much for this super chat. Going to the donut fund. Appreciate it, love. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Strong men create weak people, you guys. Strong men create weak men. Weak men create weak times. This is the problem. Yo, shout out to the big homie with the $50 super chat. Listen, Millennial Mark TV, you are the man, brother. I appreciate you so much for this. What did he say? He said, it's a mindset. Yes. Again, you guys, it's all about the mentality. This is what we're battling against. The resources, knowledge, information, it's all here. It's all here. You guys, just a few years ago, I taught myself how to trade and invest stocks on YouTube. I watched 3 YouTube videos, you guys, and cuckoo chew, I'm making money. I ain't making like that, but brother is learning how to invest money, right? The want, the need, the desire, priorities. It's out here, you guys. It's absolutely out here. He said it's a mindset and a scapegoat not to put forth real effort to do better. It's also a money-making tool, mental suppression. In 2022, he said, who's walking outside and looking at a white person and say, dang, you superior over me? Facts. Facts. All the white people I know are just middle class white people. And they just want to live their life and be happy. They don't want any drama, right? They don't want any problems. When we talk about stuff, they complain about their tax dollars being spent wrong by the government. They're not studying. They have families. They're worrying about their families. They're worrying about handling their own life. The ones I know, granted, yeah, you got ignorant white folks. You got ignorant people everywhere. You guys, welcome to America. He said, let's get real, family. Yeah, let's stop playing around. The more we keep exercising these excuses, you guys, we go nowhere. Exercise in futility is what they call it. What's the point? People come up here and challenge me about nothing. They have no solutions. I hear complaints. I hear sorrow. I hear cowards. That's what I hear. What are you doing? Then someone tries to do something, then you want to get on the person doing something that you don't have the courage to do. And then want to tell me how I'm not doing it right. Capital F. To you. I don't understand that. I had the courage to identify a problem, wanting to address it, volunteering my time. You guys, when you guys donate, when you join the channel, that's the support. When you share the channel, that's the support, you guys. Stand by. If you can't do the work, that's fine. Support someone who's doing it. Support someone who's doing it. We want to invest our time and energy in things that are counterproductive for our community. Period. Period. It's time for us to speak out against the largest voice that represents the smallest minority of our community. You guys, a lot of us don't think like this. When we hear brothers and sisters come out here and talk stupid, a lot of us don't agree with that. We don't agree. And then you want to call us coons. You want to call us a sellout. You want to say we're supporting white supremacy when you get up and participate in this so-called white supremacy every single day. You want to know what it looks like to not have white supremacy? Go to Haiti. Go look at a country that knows what a revolution really looks like, what it means to fight for your freedom. Stop playing. Stop. Some of y'all don't even know where your water comes from. I talk to y'all. I've been in people's houses. Some of y'all don't even, the power get cut off. You don't even know how to turn the power back on. Stop playing. Some of y'all wouldn't know what to do if the police stopped serving your community. Stop playing. Some of y'all struggled when the toilet paper went out. Stop playing. What would it look like if all the white people left? Shout out to Kevin Samuels. He said, what if we Thanos snap? Right? All the white people to another country. What would we do? We'll learn real quickly the areas that we're absent in. We will know really quickly the areas that we are absent in. You guys, we got to step it up, right? We got to step it up. There are things that we should be doing, we're not doing because someone else is doing it. And it feels good. Some of y'all don't even know where to take your trash to. White supremacy might feel real comfortable to some people. Are we addicted to the idea of white supremacy? Someone said it's skin color. Then you go to Africa and you find out it's not about skin color, it's about tribalism. It's about classism. Everybody look like you, but you're still having the same outcomes and you can't understand why. Oh, I'm around all these black people, but yet I'm still a bum. I'm having the same problems I had in America. I'm having it in Africa. You guys, Africa's a beautiful continent. There's a lot of beautiful countries over there, wealthy countries over there. Don't get it twisted. You go over there, you got to put in work. Hey, we're all the same skin color. Yeah, and the cost is this much money, sir. Is it about skin color or is it about work ethic? It's about mentality. You can blame a white person all day long, sir. Man, it ain't gonna change nothing. All you're doing is complaining. Things still didn't get resolved. Man. That's the problem. Facts. If we did go back in time, we wouldn't have a choice but to work harder. Shout out to you, sir. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. And what say you guys? T75 said Nathan and Bum. I listen. I was planning on going to Africa to do a nice little sabbatical and run around the continent. And COVID happened. COVID happened. I'm gonna play this video. We're gonna go through it. We're gonna break it down. I want to get you guys' thoughts. Listen, why do I say this, you guys? Let me preface this by saying this real quick. People don't like my radical thinking. It's because I know our worth. I know our value. You cannot tell me anything different. So when I hear us making these excuses and trying to cover them up for reasons, you guys, I call bullshit. I see what we're capable of doing. I know our talent. People pay us good money to entertain, to build, create, invent. Our name, our image is known around the world, you guys. We are number one consumers, and we are the best top line producers of everything. Everything that matters, everything that's popular, you guys, we keep this country afloat. We are the economy for every other ethnic group but our own. What do I mean by that? Could you imagine if black people, black Americans, we wised up and started doing for ourselves? You guys, we would damage a lot of other people's economy. Hence why they don't want it to happen. You guys, it's about business. What is it? What do I mean by that? What do we got in our communities right now? Someone said it flawlessly, man. These fresh and fit guys made a statement. I was gonna play the video, but I was like, whew, I don't know. Y'all might not be ready. Maybe another time. But he made a statement. He said, listen, you have people from the Middle East, they're opening up liquor stores in the black community and they don't even drink alcohol. Most of them. Selling you something they don't participate in. We're helping their economy. We're helping their community. You have beauty supply stores all throughout our community that we do not own. They sell you stuff they don't put in their own hair, you guys. It's embarrassing. We've allowed that to happen. We've allowed it to happen. White supremacy? Nail shops in our community. White supremacy? Chinese food, fast food. You guys, dry cleaners, laundromats. 90, probably 5% of these things we do not own. What would it look like if we starved these businesses out and opened them up ourselves in our own community, you guys? It's the simple things. We own nothing. Everybody owns something in our community. We don't own anything in theirs. Cuckoo cuckoo. Make it make sense. And see, there's no excuse, you guys. We know better. What were our ancestors doing, you guys? They're opening up banks, universities. You know, we have black-owned banks, you guys. Again, I'm talking to a brother saying he's oppressed. I said, well, who do you bank with? Oh, Wells Fargo, the worst one. The worst one. What's the point of having stuff if we don't support our own stuff? You guys, it takes sacrifice. It takes sacrifice. What are you willing to do? Some of y'all not much of anything. What did I learn? I was talking to this lady, and I'm gonna pull the video up and go to this real quick. She, it's where I go to get my beer products. So I use black-owned beer products, and she has a black-owned beauty supply store. Her prices are a little high. We have one. We have one. She said they burned down. Shout out to you, black gal. Said they burned down Black Wall Street. Remember, I sure do. They burned down a lot of cities and neighborhoods in the black community. Guess what? Hell, even in Georgia, Lake Lanier. Lake Lanier. What's the name of that place? Yeah, it's Lake Lanier. They flooded this one. Yep. Look up Lake Lanier here in Georgia. Tell you how wicked these people were. How evil they were. They flooded an entire neighborhood. Lake Lanier, look it up. They did burn down Black Wall Street. They bombed it too. Cuckoo cuckoo. What do? You do it again, you guys. And you do it better. That's how you do it. You do it again. Oh, they burned down Black Wall Street. That's it. What do? We got to give up. No. That's an excuse. That's not a reason. And that's what I'm talking about. That's an excuse. It's not a reason. And there's a difference. That's the difference. Shout out to Dre. What'd he say? Lake Lanier claims a new white person is drowning every weekend. That's karma for you. It's true. Look it up, you guys. Someone's always drowning out there. I heard the spirits are strong on that side of the fence. Look it up. And it hasn't been recreated since. Shout out to you, Colleen. Shout out to you. Beautiful smile, too. Okay. Shout out to you. She said addicted, no better word. We are addicted to white supremacy. We need it to be true. You guys. You remove white supremacy, someone has to replace it. You can't take something away and think it's supposed to work. I say it all the time. You got to put yourself in a position of power. Listen, I talk to people all the time who hate the police in our community. We don't like the police. You don't like white nor black. Okay. So then what? What is your solution? Well, I don't trust police because they're part of white supremacy. Sir, you have to get into a system to fix it. Oh, well, I heard KKK, the KKK are infiltrated the police force and the criminal justice system. I said, yeah. And what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Complain or compete? You guys, there are no other options. Or shut up. Keep your mouth shut if you don't have a solution. All this other, we're creating these super black nations to take down. You You're not taking down a damn thing in this country. Wake up. Chill out. Oh, we starting a such and such a group. We're called the Black Chocolate Chip Organization, and we out here to fight for black. Sit down. Let's get our house in order. Let's fix our dysfunctional communities, and then we can crawl before we walk. You guys slow down with all that. They don't want none of that going on up in here, right? Shout out to Perry. Oh, Perry Unlikely in the chat. What's good, brother? Shout out to you. Ooh, I got to hear from you tonight, Perry. I got to hear from you tonight. Perry be dropping gems. Millennial Mark be dropping gems. You know, Dre be dropping gems all night. You guys, we got a good conversation. You know, we got that special guest. He said he'll be around at 9. What did he say? 9:30, 9:40. We'll see if he shows up. He said Chicago and San Francisco burned down, different reason, but same result. You have to rebuild. No way around it. Rebuild, reclaim, and own. Stop using these products. Stop using their services. Get them out of our community. It's just that simple. Where I live at, there's strips of small little malls, small little strip malls, and different little buildings, all owned by the same community. There's an area I can go in for about 5-minute, 10-minute drive down a street, down the road. Every single business and building has Asian writing on it. They got their own banks, you guys. I told myself, you know what I'm gonna do? Messing around. Shout out to you, Perry. Shout out to you. Thank you for this super chat, brother. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna walk in there and try to open up an account, and I'm gonna film. I'm gonna record it going in. That's what I'm gonna do. They're gonna be looking like, who is this? I was like, hey, can I open up an account? Y'all have anything in English? They'll probably be like, no. Or maybe, we don't know. See if they let me open. Of course they'll let me open an account. But you guys, it's real. They support their stuff. You know, they support their stuff. T said denied, right? Color no good, right? Denied. I'll be like, hold on. I got money. You guys, I can go up and down. I go into a Hispanic community. They own everything. They own everything. On their strip, they got a whole strip mall, all Hispanic businesses, all Asian businesses. I went to a grocery store the other day, the halal market. Everybody in there supporting. I'm like, their own grocery store. Their own grocery store. Went in there, I was like, hey, I'm looking for bacon. They was like, what kind of bacon? I said, beef, brother, beef. Beautiful people, amazing customer service, friendly. Man, I had a great time. You guys, where's our Black-owned grocery stores consistently in our community? Yes, shout out to Lucchese. What'd she say? Great customer service. Yes. Treated me like I was part of the family. It's just, I felt good going in there. I said, I'm coming back to this grocery store. Come on, you guys. People say, oh, all this competition in our community. Everybody's like, listen, we need our own grocery stores. We need essential businesses. Absolutely. Yes. Nora, shout out to you, brother. Yeah, you guys. I was on Storm's channel last night. I got to drop the link in the community tab. Ooh, it was a great conversation. Great conversation. Let me bring up this video. Ooh. This one almost went past me. What'd she say? 90% of the Black business owners I've tried to support are unprofessional ASF. I'm not going to lie. I don't know a Black-owned business that I've been to that has been professional, that has met the standards that I feel like should be standard. And that's not me trying to be funny or whatever. I haven't had any great experiences, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So, you know, she's right. That's part of the problem. That's absolutely part of the problem. You know, people want to spend their hard work and money and be treated properly, treated with respect. You guys, let's break down this video before our guest shows up. Effie shows up. He seemed very confident that he was going to come up tonight. I made sure I scheduled this on a day that was good for him and a time that was good for him. Uh-oh. Someone said the Asians are beyond rude. What the hell? I've had encounters with some rude Asians. My mom has had some encounters with some rude Asians as well. I've had encounters with some amazing Asians as well, who've been extremely professional and great customer service. And I'll tell you this though, I remember my mom had a very bad encounter with a lady in the beauty supply store near where she lives at. 'Cause I remember she called and told me about it. You know what my mom did? She's so gangster. You know what she did? She made a sign. She went back and held a sign up in front of the store and said, "They don't respect black people in here." And she was getting their customers turned away. My mom said she'll never go and support that business again. What is the problem, you guys? The problem is when we are mistreated, we still go back. We still go back. Why would someone respect you when they can treat you and disrespect you and you still give them your money, you guys? It's always been about money. If you want to see somebody self-correct, take your money from them. What did Martin Luther King know? 365 days, you guys, they boycotted, bus boycott. Guess what happened? They was like, shit, we can't afford to be racist. Can't afford it. Do you hate me more than you love this money? Cuckoo. Green talks, you guys. Ooh. Talk to them, Black Diamond. Talk to them. Talk to them. Talk to them, millennial. Change happens when you stop consuming what they produce and you become your own class of producers. Talk to them. What'd she say? Hey, y'all getting it out right now. She said some of the African braiders, listen, are rude. I heard they can be rude. I heard someone can be rude and have your scalp be looking like your forehead be looking like mine. Have your hairline going back to the future. Talk to them. Talk to them. We need to shout out to the doctor. We also need to encourage home ownership. It is a way to generate wealth. Yes. They keep tricking us out of our homes. They keep tricking us out of our homes all day. Let's get into this video, you guys. Anytime we need to show a concerted effort when someone disrespects the collective. You stop support. It should be this easy. Hey, y'all, you know that restaurant on 17th Street? Hey, you guys know that beauty supply store on 17th Street? Hey, you guys know that fast food spot? Hey, you guys know that bank over here? Yeah, this is what they did to me. And you know what should happen? Ping! Everybody should get it. And you know what should happen after that? Should be like, hey, please, black community, can you please give us another chance? No, get out of our community now, please, sir. Please get out. That's how it's supposed to work. And when you start doing that, people start respecting you. That's how it works, you guys. Hey, if you vote me in, I'll get rid of student debt for everybody, for the black community, because that's what's holding us down from being able to do this, and this. I'll give you criminal justice reform too. If you vote for me, hey, but if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Right? then guess what? You find out that you've been played. You find out that you've been finessed. And you know what happens next, you guys? Nobody should give that person the vote ever again. That's how it works. I give you my vote and you do what I'm asking you to do. And if you don't do it, cuckoo cuckoo, you guys, it's over with. But that's not what's happening. So we keep talking about accountability. Not only do we not hold ourselves accountable, we don't hold other people accountable who are supposed to be accounted for, who are supposed to be doing what they say they're supposed to be doing. We don't hold them accountable. Facts. First round on me. I don't have an issue with my barber. And the good thing about barbers, shout out to the men, we support black owned businesses. You know, we support barbershops. They might not own the building, but they own the business, right? So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I had back in the day when my hair was popping, y'all, I had a female barber and she was black lady, she was on point. She do all the little stuff to your head, your scalp and all that. How your stuff right. Let's dive into this video, you guys. Let's dive into this video. Daniel, how you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm good, Nate, man. Thank you for bringing me on. I appreciate that.
Man, thank you for joining us tonight, man. You're a new face, brother, on the live.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But you asked the question, was this racist?
Yes, sir.
And you seem to be very sincere in wanting to know that. And it is definitely racist.
Okay.
You ain't gonna understand this, and I'm hoping you do some research and you find out. But it's
right.
because the power dynamic is off.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is, white people are in that thing saying that is real. This is mental, but they're in a superior position.
Okay.
You know, called the system of racism, white supremacy.
All right. Let's start off with this. White people are in a superior position. Let's get into it. Are they? You know, when we look at these things, let's look up what it means, because people say white supremacy, guys. It's an ideology. It's an ideology. This is what I believe. It's a belief system. You just simply have to believe it. Tomorrow, if I wake up and say I'm a black supremacist because I feel like I'm better than everybody. Again, if you go to the continent of Africa, if you go to a continent that's predominantly melanated, complected people, what are you going to say? Is it black supremacy over there? Is the continent of Africa practice black supremacy? Tribal supremacy? Maybe. What do you call it? What are you calling white supremacy? What is it about? You're mad because the elites, the wealthiest, put the rules together, set everything up, want us divided, got us fighting each other. Is that what we're describing? If we're describing that as, okay, cool. What are you going to do about it? You don't have the power to change the rules. I think that's where we're getting this conversation twisted up. I know that. They think they can change it. There are some people who feel like they can change it. No. There are rules that have been created in this country. It is what it is. Our community has had a late start on purpose. There's a concerted effort to ensure that we don't gain wealth on purpose. You guys, there's only one way to address that. You got to compete. You got to fight, you guys. And fighting doesn't necessarily mean guns and bombs and not all that's not about that. It's about money. You fight economically. You can't fight economically when your families and your communities are in shambles. You just can't. You can't. Power dynamic is off. No, sir. Black people are doing very well. A lot of us are doing good on an individual level. Collectively is where the problem lies. Collectively is the problem. Right? Power dynamic. I don't feel I don't feel inferior to anybody. I've had no issues, you guys. People say, "Oh, they don't let you buy a house, sir." I bought a house. I followed the instructions. You don't like the instructions. You believe the instructions are racist. You know what the problem is? This is the problem. The problem is you have people who they're so traumatized, rightfully so. We need therapy, you guys. A lot of us need therapy. We suffer from post traumatic race disorder, post traumatic racism disorder, which is so caught up in the past, so caught up living vicariously through the historical events of people we don't know, some of us ancestors and some of us not. We're so ingrained in that. Color this, color that, racism this, racism that, to the point to where all you see is colors in everything. In everything. Racial anxiety. Racial anxiety. You start panicking. Anytime something doesn't go your way, you think the white person had something to do with it. You're blaming everything on Casper, the friendly ghost, right? Hey man, them Apple AirPods are racist. Oh, damn, what? When? Bro, I just bought these. Nah, bro. Nah, they racist. How? Nigga, when you find out? Man, yesterday, bro. That's why they white. That's why they always in your ear, the white man listening. That's what's going on. Hey, that's why the soles in your shoes, bro. You ever wonder why they white? Nah, because they feel like only white men have souls and black folks don't. What? Nigga, when they tell you that? Bro, yesterday. Oh, hey man, you know what? Hey, bro, guess what I found out? Hey, what'd you find out, man? Hey, football. You know why so many niggas play football? Nah, bro. Why? That's why the football brown people holding it, and that's why the goalpost white, because you throw the football in between the white. Like what, bro? This is the psychosis, right? This is the problem, you guys. We have these woke hoteps in our community who think they got it all figured out. You guys, they only see color. Listen, I can make a racist argument about anything. About anything. Oh, you know why the light bulbs are white? Nah, nigga, why? What happened, bro? Because only white people can be enlightened, brother. That's why. Oh, bro. Hey, man, how can I follow you, man? You be speaking that real. You be speaking that real. You guys, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. This is what this brother told me to do. Hey, brother, you know what? You live in a gated community, bro. That's racist. Word, homie. I didn't even know. I'm moving out tomorrow, nigga. Moving out tomorrow. Nigga, what? Cuckoo. You drank the Kool-Aid. All because you needed an enemy. Is white supremacy the reason, or is it the excuse? And I asked this brother to give me a solution. He couldn't give me one because it was outside of his ability to critically think. Why? Because he allowed himself to get indoctrinated on some bullshit. Come on, you guys. I can turn anything into a racist argument. Anything. Somebody give me an object in the chat right now. Give me an object. We're gonna play the race game. We're gonna play the race game. Somebody give me an object right now. Give me something. Watch me turn it into something racist. Give me something right now. Give me something right now. Whoever can throw the best object up. I'm gonna show you how this thing works. Brainwashed, indoctrinated, conditioned, wanting an enemy so bad to justify not wanting to be accountable. Period. Someone said PlayStation. Someone said candle. Let me do candle. Hold on. Hey, man. Hey, you know them candles racist. Hey, bro, how you find out? You know, every time you burn them? Nah, what? Yeah, when you burn them and the wax start melting, it's the rope. That rope that's inside the wax, bro. They took those ropes off of the ropes they used to hang black men with. And every time you burn a candle, you burning the evidence, brother. That's why all the original candles was white. Give me another one. Give me another one. Who got a good one in here? Who got a good one in here? This is the problem. Someone said soccer ball. Shout out to you, said soccer ball. This is a good one. You know, on the soccer ball, there's more white squares than black squares. That's just white people trying to remind us subconsciously that there's more of them than us. But then they got minorities kicking that ball around, and they kicking that ball into a white goal. We always end up in some nets. This is the problem. You guys think I'm making this up? You guys think I'm making this up? You know where I got this from? They say pool tables, pool. They said pool, the game was created with a racial undertone. And that could be very true. This could be very true. And I looked into it because the lady he kept referring me to, Dr. Francis Wessling, Dr. Francis Wessling, he kept saying, watch this video. Watch this video. You got to watch her. I said, what's the solution? Watch the video. It's an hour and a half. Okay, I hear you, but what's the solution? Watch the video. Everything will be in there. Open your eyes about systemic racism, white supremacy. I said, sir, I know about systemic racism. I'm asking you what the solution is. His solution was to watch the video, you guys. I watched the video. The sister's sharp, she's bright, but she operates in theory. A lot of theories. And I'm going to criticize it. Billards, that's what they call it. Billards, that's the proper term for it. Billards. They said that's the reason why you're hitting all these colored balls using a long stick. The white ball is supposed to represent white people. You're knocking all the colored balls into pockets and holes. And the whole idea is that at the end of all the colored balls are gone, the last ball is the black 8 ball and the white ball in competition. But you still have to use the white ball and knock the black ball into the pocket. It's supposed to symbolize that at the end of the day, white people are always going to be victorious. That's the concept and idea of billards being rooted in racism. And she talks about it being subliminal and symbolic, and it happens on a subconscious level. Now, that could be true about billards. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what does it have to do with right now? What does that matter? Well, stop playing billiards if you think it's racist. Don't support it if you think it's racist. But then tell me what to do right now. Because Billards has nothing to do with the conditions of our community. She then went and said that golf, there's racial undertones in golf. She said in basketball. She said in football, you guys. I'm listening to her. She said, this is why you're throwing a brown ball into a hoop with a white net, you guys. This is what she said. Racial anxiety, you guys. You have it on your brain so much. How much are you charging the white man to live rent-free in your head, you guys? You saw the thumbnail. Is it white supremacy or black dependency? What does this have to do with right now? You guys, I'm not making this up. I'm going to play the clip. I got to play the clip. I got to play it. What did Laura Harsey say? Sad because the white net was more for vision and sight. She said it's about race. The problem is not so much about what she said, you guys. It's who's believing it. We are. We are. I'm not saying that she doesn't say things that are accurate. I'm saying if all you do is think about color, it will leave you blind. What about bowling? Yeah, it's a black ball hitting down white pins, and white people are very good at it. So again, her logic doesn't make sense. Let me play the video. Let me play the video. I'm gonna continue with this guy, and then I'll find the video, and I'm gonna find the clip because I went over it. I gave him the link. Lisa said, "Where's he at?" Thank you, Colleen. What did she say? Even if we believe it, what does it change? Not a damn thing. Not a thing. Not a thing. Doesn't change. That's why I say, okay, you might be versed in white supremacy. How do you fix it? And then you start seeing people malfunction. They can't give you nothing because they have nothing.
Now, you were in the profession, you was a police officer. So you have the mindset of a white supremacist. You know,
Okay.
you're indoctrinated into that system, whether you know that or not. So it's hard for you to see the system, but I follow you because you're on a mission to help fix the criminal justice system.
Why would you follow a white supremacist? Why would you follow a white supremacist? You guys, we are our own worst enemy. Uh-oh. Shout out to you, Shay. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate it. Listen, she was just like, listen, let me just drop something on this brother. I don't need to say nothing. He's saying it all. Thank you so much, Shay. I will add it to the where the camera at? To the Krispy Kreme fund. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. If I start gaining weight, you guys, it's gonna be on you. It's gonna be on you. It's gonna be on you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shay. I appreciate that. As I look for this video.
The police force, to be specific. And that attracts me because I too am on a mission to teach my people about the system of racism, white supremacy. And everybody should look up Dr. Francis Cress Welsing to get an understanding of the system of racism, white supremacy. And again, it is racist because the power dynamic is off. These people live in a gated community because they want to be away from black people. You see what I'm saying? So anybody coming to that neighborhood who they don't want to be there, they're going to respond like racist people. They're going to mob up and do what they do. Black people have been killed for less in the past. You feel? And if the police force is of the same mindset, they're going to get away with the crime like they've done for hundreds of years. So Nathan, I would challenge you to get educated on the system of racism, white supremacy. Please go watch Dr. Frances Cress Welson's video. She does a good job on teaching our people at my job. I have a YouTube channel called The Big Black American Secret. This is just a shameless plug. But again, my mission is to educate my people on the system of racism, white supremacy. And you have a huge responsibility, Nathan. You touch a lot of minds. And you are actually, you're covered right now for the system of racism, white supremacy. I know you don't understand that, but you are. You give them a comfort that they so need. They need a black face to explain away their racist behavior. I could be wrong. I would love to hear your view on that. So go ahead.
Yeah. Man, I would say, yeah, you're wrong. I'll definitely say you're wrong, but I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're meaning to say, but I would definitely say you're wrong.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
tell me why I'm wrong.
well, I mean, let's start with the gated community. Let's start with that,
Mhm.
right? You made a statement and you said that white people live in a gated community because they don't want black people in there.
Prove me wrong.
You truly believe that?
Yeah, and they do too. That's why they respond the way they did.
Well, I mean, in situations like this, brother, listen, I can't prove you wrong because perception's reality. I can't go into your reality and change it, right?
Okay.
And so, it's not so much about proving you wrong. I'm not here to prove anybody right or wrong, right? I'm here to really bring a lot of transparency to things that people are unaware of. You know, he said, prove me wrong. Why? For what? So you're an imbecile. I hear what you're trying to say, but no. First of all, you came up here throwing insults. I let it ride. I was so thrown off by the sheer ignorance in his statement. I thought maybe somebody was trolling me. Shout out to you, sis. Shout out to you. She says, I am just getting home from a fundraising event with my brothers and sisters in blue, as the funds are going to the families of the shootings in Buffalo and Texas. Yes, I am honored and humbled to do this with my police family. Listen, shout out to you. The sad part about that is it needs to be covered. That needs to be covered and echoed. Please send me something if you want me to shout that out on the channel or community tab. People need to hear about that. People need to hear that the police help out the communities that they are serving, even if they're not serving that particular community. Shout out to you for that. And thank you so much for the super chat. You guys, police do so much outside of arresting people and harassing people. Some might find it odd or strange. We do a lot in our communities, volunteering, donating. I can't tell you how many donations I've been a part of, nonprofit organizations I've worked with for the community. We do things. It doesn't, the, the news media doesn't show up for that. They don't show up for that, unfortunately. You know, these are things that we need to hear more about because for obvious reasons, right? Shout out to you. Shout out to you. And thank you so much for this super chat. Love to hear when officers are doing great things. We need a way to actually funnel these things through our community so people see it. We need to start bragging about our accomplishments as officers because the media don't hesitate to drag us when we mess up, So I'm like, listen, anytime we can brag. Super sticker from Lucchese. Thank you so much, Lucchese. Thank you so much for this super sticker. I hope you guys are enjoying the content. We're going to push forward this conversation. I think it's absolutely absolutely necessary. Let me see. Tyler Perry is doing lunch with with the police. He absolutely is. Thank you so much, Lucchese. And again, Lucchese, thank you for all your support. You guys, she does a lot of support behind the scenes. always giving me encouragement as well. Like all my other members, you guys are so amazing. Listen, if you guys have not yet, if you want to be a member, please join the channel. I would love to have your support. It definitely goes a long way. I love having you guys. It's definitely very encouraging, you guys. I've been an officer for over 13 years, and so I have an experience that a lot of people won't have the luxury of having, right? And so again, the whole concept of white supremacy, it's an ideology, right? So again, not excusing it, because the idea is you can be whoever you think you are. If you think you're a white supremacist, it's a mentality. You said it earlier, it's an illness, right? It's a mentality, it's a mindset. So that doesn't mean I have to believe it because you think you're superior because you lack melanin in your skin. That's a personal thing that you have going on. It's rightfully so. It's a strong insecurity. If you think that what sets us apart is skin color, listen, you can believe what you want to believe, right? Now, you made a statement and you said, I have a mindset that I'm unaware of, that I am, would you say, a part of white supremacy?
No, you're a white supremacist.
I'm a white supremacist. Jesus Christ.
No, that's crazy, right? That's crazy.
It
right?
is just a little bit, just a little bit, brother, just a little bit. Break it down for me. What does that mean? Educate me and educate the people watching.
Yeah, most people don't realize that black people can be white supremacists. Well, they can't be racist because they don't have the power dynamic. But a white supremacist, no matter what your race is, you simply believe that white people's ice is colder.
Does anybody believe that white people's ice is colder? I know a lot of black people who don't believe that. What does that have to do with being a white supremacist? Nothing, you guys. This is the problem. This is the problem. You believe white people's ice is colder. I'm going to play a clip from Dr. Frances Westling. Bless her heart. She passed away. Rest in peace to her. She did a lot of amazing work. I don't discount the work that she has done. I don't agree with everything she says in this video. I understand what she's trying to say, but the problem is, like many things, is that when you put an untrained mind, you give an untrained mind content that they're not ready to have, you create cults, you create cult behavior. And, you know, to me personally, I feel like that's one of the biggest issues in parts of our community now. You have people who are gravitating towards certain things, and everything's starting to look like a cult these days. You just want, man, if you just focus on these three things, you guys, you know, our community will be on point. You don't got to fight nobody. You don't got to throw a stone. Just do this right here, and we'll all be straight. Definition of white supremacy. We're going to use the Britannica. Some folks be funny about certain things. We're using the Britannica over here. What does it say? What's the definition? The definition, according to Encyclopedia, is beliefs. Beliefs, right? There's a lot of beliefs out here. A lot of beliefs and ideas, right? Purporting natural superiority over the lighter skinned or white human races over other racial groups. In contemporary usage, the term white supremacist has been used to describe some groups espousing ultra nationalist, racist, or fascist doctrines. White supremacist groups often have relied on violence to achieve their goals. That's it. That's it. I would say, when did this thing start? I think I took some notes here because I wanted to cover this. Boom, 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 boom. The actual dictionary definition: the belief that white race is inherently superior to other races, and that white people should have control over people of other races. The alt-right is a reactionary conservative movement. It is characteristic by the embrace of fascism, white supremacy, misogyny, blah, 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 blah. Again, the second definition of white supremacy: the social, economic, and political systems that collectively enable white people to maintain power over people of other races. Those are the two definitions of white supremacy. What I like about it in this definition, it says maintain power over, it says collectively, well, the social, economic, and political systems collectively enable white people maintain power over people of other races. Social, economic, and political. These are the areas that they're talking about. Those are the areas of interest when it refers to what white supremacy is about. And again, it is about control. It's always been about control, social, economic, and political. Meaning, if these are the weapons they are using to trying to enforce power on others who are not like them, you guys, then that would mean we need to take those same weapons and fight back with them in order to regain power and control over the things that we see value in. Uh, you guys, that's it. It's really that simple. Some people want to maintain power, and some people want to get more power. Power is not created nor destroyed. You got to take it, you guys. You got to do something to get it. No one is going to give you power. That's just not how it works. It doesn't work like that. Sir, can you please give us more power? Yeah. We got you. Next election. Next election, we got you. A century later, come on. It does not work like that. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Shout out to the big homie Disrupt His Mind. He said, Hotep, no solutions. I just want to teach my community. Right. Teach us what? Teach us what? You're not teaching anything. Hotep, you're not teaching anything. You don't even sound intelligent. You're not convincing. I didn't know what to say to him. But I told him to come up tonight, you guys. He said he'd be available. I gave him the link. He's not here. He's not here. I told him we run until 11. He's not the only one I gave the link to. A couple of people were acting real bold. Keyboard thugs under comments of the video. Listen, come up and have the conversation. Oh, I'm going to drop the link. Shout out to you, Disrupt His Mind. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate this. 100%. He said, I just want to teach my community, but you have nothing to teach us, sir. You have nothing to teach us. Stop blaming white people. Please. Want to change things you have no control over. Until we get control of our own community and our own issues, you guys, all that other stuff is kind of out of reach. Anything's possible, but I think it's best to go in the path of least resistance, right? You want to tackle the world, but can't tackle your community. You want to tackle the country, but not tackle your home, tackle the kids. What? Where they do that at? In America? And then expect a change to happen. Shout out to you, Courtney Michelle. She says, your channel is so important. Thank you. No, thank you. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. And thank you so much for this super chat. Thank you so much. Listen, I really appreciate you guys. Listen, to be honest, this is a difficult conversation to have because people are very sensitive about it. And I get it. I understand. I'm just saying, now what? Yeah, I hear about all that, but now what? I hear what you're saying, what they did. I hear that. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Now what? Now what? You guys, that's what it's all about. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, cool. Now what? What's next? What's next? Shout out to you, Lisa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my dear. I appreciate this super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Listen, Lisa be holding it down in the comment section, you guys. She be you guys, listen, I love all the feedback and the under these videos. I really enjoy interacting with you guys, because I love the engagement. I really do. So, when you guys ask questions and things like that, I really try my best to get to all of them. I love engaging with you guys. And so Lisa's always dropping gems under these videos. So we always have a good back and forth. I'm always telling her, Lisa, just come up and have the conversation. So Lisa, thank you so much for being a member, and thank you so much for always checking people under the videos and keeping the discussion going. I really appreciate that. Shout out to UT. She said, Nathan, love, can a Nazi descendant do this or conduct similar to a Jewish descendant on a public platform? How we do our own? Nick Cannon, Whoopi Scandal. Your chat is crickets. Whew. Well, why is that? Ownership. 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 When you look at what they own, when you own stuff, you control stuff. But the things that they own, we provide the source material for them to make the money that they make. At least some of it, a lot of it. But if we just let go and do our own, support our own, we don't have to worry about when people make comments like Nick Cannon and Whoopi. Now, Nick Cannon said things, the way he said it was inaccurate. For those who know what Nick Cannon said, he ain't bounced back good from that yet. But I have the original video and I listened to it, and you can't make certain you can't make, well, the way he went about making certain statements was overly generalized. It's like what this gentleman is making a statement now, right? Calling all black people white supremacists, right? Calling this mentality that all white people are the enemy. No, they're not. They're not. And so you have certain ethnic groups that are not going to let you drag their community in the mud. They're going to hold you accountable. You're not going to talk to us or talk about us any way you feel like you want to. No. And we have the power to make it so. The problem with our community, we don't have the power to shut people up because we don't own anything. And we're not brave enough or bold enough to stop supporting the people who are disrespecting us. Ouch. Ouch. That's the issue. That's the issue at the end of the day. I said it earlier. Someone treated you unprofessionally, disrespect you, or was racist to you. You be back in the business the next day supporting them, giving them your money. Whereas collectively, it should be, hey, T was disrespected at this nail shop. T, all you should have to do is go on social media and let it be known. And then that's it. That's teamwork. It's teamwork. That's what this thing is all about at the end of the day. Thank you for this super chat, love. I appreciate it. That's what this thing is all about. It's about teamwork. This is, in this country, a race between races. That's it. You can play by yourself, or you can play on the team, or you can ride the bench. Whatever you decide to do, know this: the rules are the rules, whether you like them or not. Whether you play or you don't play and you ride the bench, the rules still have influence over you. You guys, that's the trick bag. That's the big aha. No matter what you do, the rules are still going to be the rules. You can't change the rules. You don't have the power to. So why not play the game? Everybody is playing the game. We're the only ones trying to fight the game. Well, the rules are set up unfair. No one cares. People come to this country, plane, boat, canoe, they swim, they sneak, whatever, and they play the game. And some win and some lose. This is where a lot of this big argument comes from with Black immigrants and Black Americans. A lot of people try to have this FBA and blah, blah, blah. You guys, we're the only ones trying to divide a small number. How many times are we going to divide ourselves? We're 13% in this country, and we want to find ways to divide that. We want to divide 13 ways. And you wonder why we can't get nothing done. When people see me, they see Black skin. They don't open up my wallet and try to see where my family is from. They don't care. So you look Black. I'm blacker than some of y'all. My skin is Black. I got the high beam light on right now. I cut this off. I have to smile for you to see me. You kind of made me want to try it out. Y'all want to see how? Nah, let me stop. Y'all don't want to see how dark I am. I'm blackety black. Shout out to lead attorney. When we first did a stream together, I had this black shirt on. He said, "Hey, bro, can't nobody see you with your beard, the shirt. You about to disappear." He said, "You got nothing lighter to put on." So the first stream that me and TLA did, I had to go and run on and put on a white shirt. You know, shout out to him. Come on. Booyaka, booyaka. Blup, blup, blup. Shots. Lick shots. Oh, yeah, all day. Fire. Listen, let's go through this video as we're waiting on my guest. I don't know. It's 10:30. It's about to be 10:30. I don't see him. I'm going to drop the link for you guys. We're going to keep running through this real quick. And then matter of fact, let me bring up this section real quick of this video. I want to get you guys' thoughts on this this young lady, beautiful lady, Dr. Frances Westling. She, sharp woman, no doubt in my mind. But I want to see if I can fast forward something. But I want you to hear this. I want you to hear what I hear. Hope I don't get no strike. I'm gonna play something real quick, you guys. I want you to hear the sports piece that I'm talking to you about that I was getting on earlier. Let me see. Where we at? 48 minutes. 48. We're gonna play a little bit of this. Play a little bit of this.
See, this doesn't come out of our brain computer. It didn't have to. So the big brown balls mean the genetically dominant balls. And they are brown. And what are they? Football. Basketball. Bowling ball. Earth ball. Small white marbles.
All right, let me bring some context to this real quick. She puts together a diagram on the chalkboard, and she says, big balls are on the left, small balls are on the right. And what she's saying is that there is a psychosis between black people and white people, that white men are inherently jealous of black men and their phallus, right? That because they know that a black man's phallus is allegedly bigger than white men's phalluses, right? Now, so I don't know. I only see mine. I only see mine. But that's the rumor on the street, right? That's the stereotype, right? That's a stereotype. White men can't jump. White men they're not packing down there, right? Like that's a stereotype. I don't know. But what she is saying is because of this jealousy, this it's a subconscious dislike for the black man. This is what she's saying. She said that this also plays out in society and it plays out in sports. So she's bringing this down because her whole concept is about breaking down systemic racism, white supremacy. She's talking about how it's ingrained into the culture. Yes, this is true. There's accuracies to that, right? Now, so I won't give it all away, but I want to just really break down this segment of it because I want to show you something that I believe, that I theorize is what I would call racial anxiety, right? Where every time you turn around, all you see is racism, right? Racist that, racist this, football, basketball, golf. You see color and everything to the point to where if you open up your head, you look inside someone's ear, you see a box of crayons. You guys, this is how bad it is. It's a condition. It is, in fact, a condition, and it's very unhealthy because things that seem to be innocent can turn around and be a racist encounter, all because you perceived it to be so. Why? Because you have color on the mind. You walk around with a head full of damn crayons. You guys, and that is the problem. That's the problem. Very educated, very amazing woman right here. The first time I've seen her, and when he mentioned her, I thought he was talking about a man. I misunderstood who he was saying. The only thing I knew about her was she was on a show called Phil Donahue Show. And I remember watching the clip about that. And that's when I learned about her theory on the great, I think it's called, I can't remember the name of the theory, but the whole idea is that the genetic annihilation of white people, the fear that they have of being annihilated. So that's inherently rooted into their thought process. And I'm like, what? I said, no, you get regular white folks just trying to live like everybody else, right? Stop putting these false information on people, giving these blanketed statements across white Americans like that's everybody's thought process, and it's not right. It's just not a healthy way to look at things. Shout out to New Heart, New Spirit, said black is beautiful. Facts. Died 3 times and come back. I'm still checking black. That's a fact. Miss me with everything else. What's the problem with this logic? Right? She's going to break everything down, you guys. The subconscious. This is very dangerous if you don't really understand what she's trying to say. What happens is people get into this thing and they start sipping the Kool-Aid. Shout out to Dre. Said they sip the Kool-Aid. Next, you know, cuckoo, you a cult member following a group of people who think white people are out to get them. It's like, no, sir, you just need to apply for a job, work hard, save your money, invest properly, manage your household, be the change you want to see in your own life, in your own community. Just do right, follow the law. Let's do this, handle business, work together, do these things that we need to do. Listen, it's not hard. That's not to say, right, that 3 centuries ago, that these things weren't issues. Not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the oppression of the 1800s are not the oppressions of 2022. Got to miss me with it. Got to miss me with that. Listen to what she said. Now, the right side, she's describing white people, white men that play these sports. This is her logic. She said black folks, football, basketball. On the right, she's talking about white people. She's saying what? Ping pong ball, right? She's being funny. She's going to talk about golf. She's saying they like to play games where the balls are small. Black people like to play games where the balls are big. This is what she's saying, right? You tell me what you think. I'm curious what you guys think, but let's hear what you got to say.
Baseball, tennis balls, tennis, but do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, to me, this is just fantastic. This is coming out of a system that is worried about white genetic survival, and by their thinking of the white ball as small and producing small white balls means they, at a subconscious level, are aware of their genetic vulnerability. Are you following me? Yes. See, and this is being played out. These ball games are going on all the time, 24/7. So it doesn't matter whether you are picking it up consciously or subconsciously. It is still getting the message across. So beyond that,
fair use. This is for educational purposes only. Shout out to you, Miss Eds. Fair use, fair use. Listen, I'm not saying that there might not or might be truth to it. Not saying that. I'm saying, okay, now what? And it doesn't hold up. Why does this not hold up? Because you got Black people who play all these sports, right? And then when you look at when these sports actually were created and invented, Black folks didn't have nothing to do with it. We weren't even here. We weren't here. So, again, it's a nice theory. I like the way it sounds. To the wrong person, it can be very, very misleading. And this is what indoctrination can look like. If you're not careful, you end up teaching people to hate each other indirectly. Indirectly.
in the game of, well, first of all, what do white females say about their ideal mate? Not tall, blonde, right? Tall, dark, and handsome. And so, in the football, this big brown ball goes into some white upright legs at the end of the field. Are you all with me? The basketball goes into a white net. Are you all with me? Is this an adult class? And it's white girls in short dresses dancing on the side. And a black girl can hardly get on the squad. Is that correct? Now, a white man said to me, Dr. Wilson, do you know what white men say? I said, no, I don't.
So, make it make sense. You guys, I'm not the smartest person, but make it make sense. If she's right, tell me she's right. If she's right, tell me. I'm just asking. I don't really it do got shout out to Common Man. It do. But it's the problem is not so much what she's saying. Now you got to show me proof. Because this is all theory. Drop the link. All right. Dropping the link. Shout out to you, Gail. I hear what she's saying. But some things are just not racist. You guys, that's the problem with this. The problem is everything isn't racist. I hear what she's saying. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some truth in it somewhere. But the problem with this logic is that people who don't critically think are going to look at everything as racist. What'd she say? Brown balls into a white net. And you know what ends up happening? Oh, Gail texted me. My bad, Gail. I had the phone on silent. You know what ends up happening? Again, yeah, and Common Man, I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying that to an untrained mind, to a mind that only wants to see race, a mind that is so lost, confused, desperate to hold someone else accountable for their own doings, their own issues, will use and make any excuse. Could you imagine? I just gave you guys an example earlier with the AirPod, with the candle. You could turn anything into racism. What if you actually met the founders of basketball and they told you that, hey, I'm just a kid from Germany or whatever. The reason why we put a white net on there is because we started playing basketball at night and it helped us see where the goal was. What if it was just that simple, you guys? Sometimes it has nothing to do with race. And we get so caught up. Sometimes it has nothing to do with race. She talks about football. Dre had to tell me, he's like, the goalpost is yellow. I was like, I don't play football. I don't know. But what'd she say? You throw the brown football in between white legs. Really? I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm saying she's not accurate, you guys. She's on the right train, but she's on the wrong track. Because the problem with that logic is that this gentleman here,
and I'm basically quoting,
right? This is what's wrong with her logic. People like this who can't separate, that don't know how to distinguish between reality. I'm not mad at her way of explaining it. Christopher, it's not her. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about those who sip the Kool-Aid and get lost in the sauce. It's never about her. Never, never, never about her. Never, never, never. See, the thing is, challenge her topics, challenge her statements. I'm going to challenge her. Hey, sis, I see what you're saying. Dr. Westling, I hear what you're saying about sports and how you can equate that. Okay, but what about bowling balls? What about bowling? Is that racist? When I can take a black ball and throw it down a lane and I strike down white pins. Is that racist? Did a black man invent bowling? Did he create that sport in mind to show black dominance over white people? Listen, you guys, it goes both ways. You want me to believe that football is subconsciously a racist game, showing white inferiority to black people because of their... Come on. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm saying she's not accurate. I hear what you're trying to do. Listen, she grew up in a different time, you guys. I'm not mad at it. Maybe that could have been valid back then, you guys. This is 2022. I'm not mad at her approach. I'm mad at people who get caught in a holding pattern of an echo chamber. That's my concern. That's my concern, the holding pattern. Not making enough effort to do your own research. You have to lean on a video that's an hour and 30 minutes. When I ask you about a solution, you cannot give me one. You want to tell me about someone else and what someone else did. Fallacies, you guys. Fallacies. Hockey is another sport. A black puck. White people fighting over that black puck. Who you going to tell me the puck represents? Black women? You got white men fighting over a black hockey puck with sticks out. This is what it is. Hold on. This is what it is. Bunch of white men fighting over a black woman. That's what they want. That's what they really want. That's what they really want. And you got to entrap that black woman in the net before the white goalie stops you and takes the black puck from you. And this is a way of white men exerting their dominance over a white female. And as you're hitting the black puck over some white ice, she's sliding and gliding so smoothly over white ice. But guess what? The sticks are brown. So using brown sticks to beat this black puck all the way into a white net. You guys, this is what it sounds like. Was I not the only one hearing? You can't make this up. Florida man says, nah, brother, I listened to the whole thing. I took notes and broke it down. I understand what she was saying. That's not the problem. The problem is I have a right to counter her argument logically. If I'm in there, I'm going to say, hold on, I hear what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But no one's above intellectual criticism. Because why? You are putting information in the minds of people who some cannot handle it. Some are not on that level to register that information properly. You turn around, you give them a bunch of Kool-Aid, and you send them out here, and they turn out to be this gentleman who came up here and spewed a bunch of foolishness. He said, Nathan, you're analyzing her lecture at the surface level. The same can be said about Poole. Yeah, I made the comment about Poole. They said that's actually rooted. Some people were saying on the research I did that was actually rooted. But she said football. The origins of football, you guys, on November 6, 1869. You guys, I think slavery ended in 1865. Players from Princeton and rugby. You know how football came a thing? They actually infused rugby and soccer, which is originally football, right? Together. They brought them together to make what we call football here in America, you guys. That was November 6, 1869. Players from Princeton and Rutgers held the first intercollegiate football contest in New Brunswick, New Jersey, playing a soccer-style game with rules adapted from the London Football Association. You guys, slavery ended in 1865. So are we going to still attach racial dynamic to football? I mean, maybe you make the argument, but that's my challenge to her. I would challenge her. That's our job. To someone say, hold on. I hear what you're saying. I get what you're trying to say, but here's my pushback. Listen, I'm open to anyone to come and challenge my thoughts. There have been times I've been wrong. I'm like, shoot. Hey, you got me. Listen, I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be accurate. Give me something that's accurate. This does nothing. Telling people that black people play games that have black balls or brown balls or dark colored balls and they throw them in white stuff has nothing to do with right now. I watched the video for an hour and 30 minutes and it gave me no solution to white supremacy. That's the problem. All that is wasted on things that are quite irrelevant to solving the problem. I asked this man to give me the solution. He could not give me one. What he gave me was a damn video that was 1 hour and 30 minutes. I watched it, and this is what we're talking about. I don't care about how it came. Tell me how to get rid of it. What do you do to get rid of the problem? Don't tell me about the subconscious and what this, I don't care. And even so, what are you going to do about it? There's no way to massively re-indoctrinate a group of people overnight. You're going to tell black men to stop playing football in the NFL when we represent 70% of the damn players? What are you going to tell them? Hey, man, you know you secretly playing white supremacy ball. Every time you throw that football in between them white legs. What does that do for the problem? It's 10:44. The man has not showed up yet. He said this day is a day for him. I gave him the time. You guys, he's a troll after this point. He's not the only one. People love to type, but they never want to talk. Gary Stewart said, Mr. Daly, I just don't understand it. Both my granddaddies, like I said, granddaddies. This is your granddaddy. Y'all remember from this is your grand. All right, let me stop. Both my granddaddies who grew up in the Jim Crow South stated hard work wins. Man, they were never bitter. Shout out to them, because that was the real oppression. That was the real oppression. This right now that's going on is so subtle. When someone can create a problem, step away from it, and allow the problem to continue to do what it do. And we allow it. There's a word for that, you guys. Right? You had evil white people a couple centuries ago who set up a problem. They set it up in a way to where now they just walk away. Their hands are not even in it. A self-fulfilling prophecy is what they call it. You guys, there's a name for this thing. Shout out to you, Gary. I really, really appreciate this super chat. Right on. A real ancestor who went through it, went through the real struggle. Went through the real struggle. What is it called? Are you guys familiar with the Monahan report? This, when I read this, I've always saved it because I thought it was just powerful, powerful statement. He said, Monahan seemed to confirm that African Americans lived in a culture of poverty. That's what he said. He's talking about the problem, the black problem. He says, writing that they lived in a tangle of pathology. Tangle of pathology, guys. Look it up. It's deep. It's deep. What does it say? Is capable of perpetuating itself without assistance from the white world. This is the problem. They have set up this ultimate trick bag and we keep cycling ourselves in it. We got to get ourselves out. It's on us to do it. They're not going to free you. They're not going to free your mind. It's not their responsibility to. They're like, all right, no one wants to admit it. Yeah, they created the problem. They're not going to admit that. Good luck. They created the problem and they're not going to fix it. You guys, that's what it is. That's the reality. They keep pretending when you vote, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. You guys are not going to fix it. WWW capital F. That's what they give us. And at the end of the day, you guys, it's on us. We have to work together and fix it. They're not going to do it. Now, there's things that they owe us. Reparations, absolutely, we need it. Cut the check. Yeah, ain't nothing to wait for. I think that's the problem. There's nothing to wait for. Miss Washington, shout out to you. She said, it's sad that as a people, we do bad all by ourselves. Yeah, and shout out to you. Thank you so much, sis, for this super chat. A lot of our problems now are starting to become more self-inflicted. We have the money, the knowledge is here. We are going to just be responsible for doing the work ourselves, you guys. I think that's really what it's going to come down to. We have to just do the work ourselves. There is no one is coming to save us. This is our savior. If you look down and hold your hand up, we are all playing a part in fixing this problem that we did not create. We are here not because we asked to be. We're here by design, you guys. I'm well aware of that. I'm telling you how to fix it. Telling you how to fix it. You fix it with the families. We got to fix our families. Absolutely. Listen, I got a skill set in one area, you guys. It's policing. It's law, criminal justice. I'm in my lane. What lane are you in? What lane are you fixing? What lane are you a part of that is a part of the solution? What are you in? Gone are the days where you can complain. There's no time for it. Uh-oh, shout out to my man, Walter. Shout out to you, brother. How you doing? How you doing? Listen, you guys, check him out. You guys would really enjoy his channel. Very powerful brother right here. You see his avatar. He out here lifting. He a whole action figure out here. Hardworking brother. Shout out to you, Walter. He says, so you really think that white people are no longer meddling? No, I don't think it's about meddling. I don't think that it's not. I don't look at them as white people are doing this. I think there are bad people doing this, right? I don't think it's fair to say white people are the problem. No, evil people are the problem, and we have them in our community too, that are part of the problem, that are supposed to speak on black people's behalf, and they don't. They're supposed to be doing things for black people, and they do not. They're supposed to represent black interests, and they do not. They represent their pockets. Our enemy comes in all shades and color and sizes. White people, no, I don't say that. I don't say that. What I am saying is, how do you fix it? We got to fix it. We got to fix it. Walter, come on up. Walter, you the man, Walter. Come on up. Walter's the dude. Walter, come up. Definitely want to have the conversation with you. I know your thoughts on this. Me and Walter have talked a couple times. He's a great guy, you guys, if you're not familiar with him. Walter, what's the name of your channel again, Walter? I want to make sure people go and check you out. He has some great content, you guys. He's out here in Atlanta with me. Listen, you guys, a lot of people building up in the back. Get your thoughts ready. I want to make sure I go through everyone. It doesn't look like our guest is going to show up. I gave him the time. The brother didn't show. Bless his heart. No hard feelings. Seattle Black veteran.
Mr. Daily Nathan, how can you hear me okay, sir?
Man, you got the best mic in the business, bro.
I'm right behind you, sir. Hey, thanks for, what? I have to come up because you're 100% right. And I haven't been on my channel in a while, and I have some people pulling down my videos because I guess I give too much information out. So you're right, because I'm 100% involved with trying to get the youth connecting with the seniors here. And you're right, because if people don't understand what's going on in their own city, how can they do anything outside of that? And you're right about that. I'm working closely with the city council. I usually go there every Monday, and I just finished talking with the mayor and a couple of council people, and one of my good friends, he's the president of city council. But we're talking about, if we don't understand how we need to get in there and get that start working for us, we will never get nothing going. But you're so right about what you just said too, is that we have people who have the knowledge and the power, but they're not helping nobody. They're not, and like you say, don't give me a solution to hate. Give me a solution to move forward. And I agree with you. Everything you said is on point, my brother. I just want to stop up and say that because I'm working with city council, I'm working with the veterans. Still working with the veterans. I'm with the DAV. I'm working with the youth, with the seniors, and I'm working with city council to get the seniors. What's really interesting, real quick, Nathan, is a senior community that I'm trying to help. where they're not treating these seniors right, I cannot get us to come together. I think that we've learned so well from the system that we have got lost in who we are as people.
Yes.
And and so I thank you, brother. I always appreciate your page. I haven't been up in a while, but I'm gonna get out of your way. But I want to say keep pushing and doing what you're doing. I 100% appreciate you and much respect for what you're saying. And let me reiterate this. I think Nathan is saying this. Don't bring me something that's gonna have me chasing my tail. Bring me with something that's gonna help get a solution to me moving forward.
Yes.
And a lot of us we don't understand. Like you said this earlier, real quick, you said we have to start owning property. We all have stake in the game when we start owning property. So it's us thinking smart, whether we have to relocate to get that property and still have our job. It's something you pass down and to your future so they can have some stake in the game. But I would say this, with the board that I'm working with, I don't see a lot of blacks attending that and finding out. Look at the budget committee. What goes on in your city? Where are they spending this money? We're finding now, real quick, they got a youth center, a community center that's way on the other side of town from where it's needed. So we have to confront those issues. We got seniors that are being disrespecting everybody. Real quick, I'm going to put up a thing for if you're moving your parents into a senior, or if you're planning on moving in the senior community, I'm going to talk about this on a video tomorrow.
Okay.
That will help you get what you're looking for out of these places. The first thing I would say is go to crime maps.
Yes.
And put your city in there.
Yep.
And you will see where you
crime.
have. Yes. And you'll be located. And Nathan, keep doing what you're doing, brother. I have nothing but love for you, man. I'm going to get off your channel here. And I appreciate you for having me up, sir.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm out.
All right. Hold on. Our guest showed up. Thought this brother was gonna escape from me. My feelings were hurt. Listen, you guys, I know you guys are waiting in the back. Hang tight 1 second. I want to bring the guest up and then we'll have a little conversation. I'll bring you guys one at a time. So give me 1 second. Daniel Jackson, Mr. Jackson.
What's going on, Nate?
What's good, brother? You're the man of the hour. You're the man of the hour.
No, that's you, man.
I'm just the man next to the man. The white man.
I'll give you that.
All right, listen. So you gave me a task to do. And, a very interesting one. And I'm also going to have a task for you if you're up for the challenge. You gave me a video to watch about Dr. Francis Wessling. And, before we came up and we had this conversation, you made a lot of statements that were assumptions. They were assumptions. And it also led me to believe that, of course, you probably didn't watch any of my content, because I think you may have missed certain videos where I speak on certain things that were probably more to your liking, I guess you would say. So I put some videos together for you. I'm going to give you I'll email you about 4. And I want you to take a look at those after our stream, and then I want to get your thoughts on them later on. But I think it'll give you a more well-rounded view of me. Because, again, sometimes some of the gems get lost in the catalog, right? But let's move forward. We got off the stream last time talking about solutions. You told me to watch the video. I watched the video. And I want to hear from you what you think the solutions are to this problem.
Thank you for watching the video. I really appreciate that. I'm a very serious person. I don't like to waste my time, and I don't like to waste other people's time. I wasn't going to come on your screen until I had a hint that you might have watched it. You know what I'm saying? So I believe you. I believe you watched it.
I'm a man of my word.
What I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I respect that. So I appreciate it. Now the solution is this: for black folks to be B1, black first.
Okay.
Period. Point blank. Unapologetically black first. We have to control our economics.
Okay.
We have to educate our own children.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically it. Simple. But you had to watch that video first, because just being black first and not knowing why you need to be black first would have been counterproductive.
Not really.
No, really. And I'm going to tell you why.
Wait 1 second before you say that. You missed an opportunity to potentially educate someone on that stream, right? You potentially missed an opportunity to educate me. Who would have said, one, that I would have been wanting to watch it? Who would have said that my ego wouldn't have gotten away and I would have decided not to watch it? You had a perfect opportunity to educate me and the people who are watching in that moment and give them some knowledge, and you chose not to do it. So I would say that doesn't help the situation. Who would have said you would have had another opportunity to come on here and speak to the people and give them that information? I feel like that was a wasted opportunity for us to actually have a conversation about whether I watched the video or not. Doesn't change the fact that knowledge needs to be shared. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree with some of that.
Okay.
But, see, I did hit my objective.
What was that?
See, once you see something, or once you're exposed to something, you can't unsee it. You can't unexpose yourself from it. You understand what I'm saying? Things are going to happen from this point on, whether you choose to allow it not. See, whatever your level of cognitive dissonance is, that's going to be chipped away over time. You understand what I'm saying? Even people who you say, well, you had an opportunity to reach somebody. Well, that person, it wasn't their time. If they didn't go watch the video, this upper level ain't for them right now. They'll come along when it's time for them. You know what I'm saying? That's as simple as it is.
All right. If that's how you justify it.
That's how I justify it.
Ain't nothing. All right, that's fine. I think I didn't feel like I learned anything that I wasn't already aware of from watching that video. My personal opinion.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you suffer from cognitive dissonance. Of course you don't think you learned anything. You know what I'm saying? Your brain is trying to protect you from all your old learning and understanding. That's all. That's called cognitive dissonance.
No. I think you misunderstood what I said.
No, I understood perfectly what you said. You was very clear in what you said.
Right. But then you took what I said and then you reframed it to something that I did not say. I said,
well, no, you asked me you asked me what I think about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I told you what I thought about that.
Okay. Well, that's interesting that you say that, because if I just told you it wasn't anything that I wasn't I wasn't unfamiliar with the things that was stated in that video. And you then said that you then blame it on cognitive dissonance when I'm saying that I already knew what it was that she was saying. I was already aware of that. You're saying in return that you disagree with that.
Yeah. A person who understands, first off,
Mm-hmm.
the system of racism, white supremacy. And in a nutshell, the system of white supremacy is simple as this. White people do fear genetic annihilation. You know what I'm saying? You may not understand it. You may think it's all about baseball and basketball, small balls, little balls. That ain't got nothing to do with none of it. That's just an illustration as to what's going on subconsciously. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, in a nutshell, the Caucasian race fear genetic annihilation. I mean, if you watch the news for the last 6 months, you know that their numbers are dwindling and they're freaking out. That's why they mass shooting people all like crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's getting worse is what I'm trying to say. Now, we went off topic there a little bit. I want to get back on track because I wanted you to watch the video so we could talk intelligently about the system of racism, white supremacy.
So in your opinion, we weren't talking intelligent about the system of white supremacy before?
You mean just a few minutes ago or the other video?
First time, yeah.
We couldn't. We wasn't on. You didn't have no inkling of what's been going on. Okay, listen.
Yeah, but that's what's interesting, because that's not true. That's why I find it so funny.
Okay, let me make it unweird for you.
All right, please do.
A person who understands the system of racism, white supremacy,
Mm-hmm.
and their B1, black first, which you probably are not.
Okay.
You move differently. Your whole essence is different. I'm gonna ask you a question. You could be open and honest and answer this question truthfully, or you can deflect, or you can say that ain't none of your damn business.
Just answer the question. Ask the question. Yeah.
The majority of women you've dated in the past, what was their race?
What do you think?
See
I'm
there?
curious.
You could either
No, I'm
answer the
curious.
question, you could
No, I'm
deflect, or you
curious.
could
I'm
tell me to
curious.
mind my own damn business.
No, I'm
I'm
curious.
not asking you a question for you to ask me a question. I'm
Yeah, yeah,
asking
yeah.
you a
But
question
why?
so that you
Why
can
is
answer a
that?
question.
Okay. The last 2 women I dated were white, and the one before that was Hispanic.
Yeah, again, a person of this mindset moves a certain way. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Remember, I told you, there was some box that have already checked before you probably even became a police officer. You understand what I'm saying?
So who I dated has something to do with my mindset?
Hell yeah, man! Don't you know that?
So,
Don't you know that?
So basically, you're saying you're validating the way I think based on who I dated, their race.
No, I'm telling you that how you move determines to the outside world of where your mind and your heart is. You know what I'm saying?
So you were able to figure. So basically, and the reason why I asked you why is that you were able to already figure out that I date outside my race because of how I move and my essence and energy, kind of what you were saying earlier.
Nathan, in the
Yeah.
first video, I was very honest with you, and I told you you're a white supremacist.
This is
And
true.
I stand on this.
I
I'm
heard what you
telling
said.
you, you're a white supremacist. Your track record proves what I'm telling you. Now,
what is
you've
my-
never been called a white supremacist because nobody has ever really come out strong and identified certain behaviors. That's all I'm doing. I'm identifying certain behaviors. And a lot of the boxes that you check proves that you are exactly that. And don't get me wrong, a lot of us are. I'm still a white supremacist on some level. I'm getting better and better as days go by. You feel me? But we have no choice because we are educated. We're educated in the system we are educated in. Religion is a strong part of it. And I know you're a Christian man, and that's another box.
How do you know I'm a Christian?
You've said it on a bunch of your broadcasts.
Okay, so you do watch my broadcast.
Man, you've been doing this for 8 months. I'm a very intelligent
brother. Just did some research yesterday, and I want to come up here and act brand new.
Well, like I told you, I'm intrigued. I'm inspired by your goal, not by you, not by you. So you a proxy. You just happen to be the person in front of me. You're just an example of personalities who happen to exude a certain level of understanding that's counterproductive to our focus, which is B1.
Understood.
That's bottom line.
So let me correct you real quick. And I apologize. I had to be a little dishonest. I haven't dated outside of my race.
Well, that's good.
I only prefer black women.
Well, congratulations.
And I think this is.
But now that don't excuse you though. That don't excuse you.
Wait,
go ahead.
Wait 1 second. This is the problem, right? This is why I said the statements you make are grossly ignorant and very accusatory and full of assumptions.
Right.
So we get into our community now when we start judging people by the people they date, and you think that you have them all figured out. I think that's extremely ignorant and very dangerous. That's a very dangerous mentality to have. It's almost cult-like in nature. Again, you're repeating the same mistake you made last time. You came up here and you made a bunch of assumptions. And I mean, that's okay for you, but I'm just saying, you just tried to check boxes for me and you don't know me, right? You asked me, and the reason why I asked you, why do you feel that's important? Because you made an assumption that because of the way I act, right, that I have to be dating preferably white women. I've never even slept with a white woman before. Nah, I mean, not saying if maybe the opportunity would present itself, right? But the reality is it has not. It's just not it. It just hasn't happened. I'm 36 years old. I've only been with black women. So again, your analysis and your assumptions are so off.
No, they're not. Because if you haven't dated white women or even other race women, you've probably dated women that are like you, Candace Owens types.
Okay.
Again, white supremacists ain't only white.
Something.
They could be any race. White supremacy is a mindset. You know what I'm saying? So
we're not going to play the cuckoo for Cocoa Puff game, right? Where there's always an excuse. There's always an excuse. How much? So again, let's talk about solutions, because we can go around in circles about the yellow brick road, right? So let's talk about solutions, because that's what I'm really all about. You know my channel. I like solutions.
Now this time, Nathan, I'm gonna need you to take a pen in your hand and write this down, because I don't want you to ask me the same question more than twice. You ready? No, are you
Go
ready?
ahead, brother. I got the memory. Go ahead.
The solution is to be B1. All
What
bullshit
is that?
aside.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Black first. Black
What does that
over
mean?
everything. Black over your religion. Black over your sexual orientation. Black over everything. You
What do
must
mean
be
black over your
B1.
What do you mean black over your sexual orientation? What does that mean?
Well, you can't put your sexual orientation first. If you're homosexual or gay, that can't be what you lead with. That can't be the forefront. You black first. You know what I'm saying? And now for me, black is a crayon color, but it's our it's our unifier. We're melanated. You understand what I'm saying? In this system, that's our unifier. It's not a nationality.
Okay.
So that's the answer. We have to be black first. And I know earlier you mentioned, well, it's all about money, and that's true. You got to have your money right. But in the system, if your money's right, but you don't understand the external forces working against you, then your money eventually will be worked against you, or beaten from you, or everything taken from you. You know what I'm saying? If you can't protect it because you don't know who your enemy is.
So do you think black people, black Americans, deserve reparations?
Absolutely.
How much do you think it should be?
As much as possible.
How much?
And as fast as possible.
How much do you think it should be?
Well, a couple of trillion would be a good start.
Okay, a good start.
A good start. It won't be in now because there's so much has been taken from us. You understand? But again, this is to address labor, stolen labor only.
Okay.
Because there's so much other stuff that's going on I can't talk to you about on this channel right now. But anyway, long story short, man, again, you were just a proxy. And if I hurt your feelings, man, I apologize. It's just a certain type. I'll give you an example. A person like you, we talked about boyfriend, girlfriends earlier. A person is and again, I was of the same way and I didn't know it. I preferred lighter skinned women growing up. And I didn't know it. They just looked more better to me.
I've always preferred dark.
Why did they look better to me? And you see what I'm saying? Because again, we're advertised heavily, coming up when I was younger. Hell, all the adult movies was naked white women. Debbie Does Hollywood and all this crazy crap. So Lucille Ball, the Brady Bunch, we was in doc. We just saw white women, so we put white women on a high pedestal. And that's why when black, just take a sports figure, when they make it, they'll drop the black woman and they'll go get with a white woman. It happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? So whether we know it or not,
but here's the problem with that logic, right?
Yeah.
Black people aren't the only ones that interracially date. And it's a small percentage.
And
black, very small percentage.
And white people ain't the only one who's white supremacists. See, white supremacy is it. We're all not exempt from being white supremacists. That's what I'm trying to get across.
So who are the white supremacists in this country? Can you name at least three who are in charge to make these decisions? Can you name?
That's what you don't understand. White supremacy is a system, but people don't get together and have meetings, say how we gonna screw up black people's lives. It don't operate. Right. It don't operate like that. It's not one person. It's not one person in control of this.
Educate the people who have not seen the video what white supremacy is and how it works.
Yeah, white supremacy again. It's white people on top, black people on the bottom, and other folks in the middle. But on the far end, you got white people, black people. So that's why I say our uniform is our color, because when the system of racism, white supremacy sees us, not individual white people, we're not talking about individuals. We're just talking about a global system. Okay. You got two teams: team white supremacy, you got team black. I don't know if you can see my finger. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, the white supremacists are afraid of genetic annihilation. So everything is put in place to protect whiteness, from financial to social. The news organs. That's why when a white person does something heinous, like go shoot 10 people in a grocery store, the white news organs, which are the propaganda arms of the system of racism, white supremacy, it goes into overtime to separate that person from the herd. They say, oh, this was like a lone wolf. He was having some mental issues, or he was crazy. But they never say that when it comes to black people. They say, oh, well, 10 people got killed in Chicago. Them Chicago niggas crazy. they don't do no separating. You know what I'm saying? They just say that's how black people act. You understand? So
why does that matter though?
Man, listen, everything matters. I mean, it's not. You don't just pick one little thing and go, well, we'll throw that out. We'll throw that out.
I'm just asking.
No, man, everything matters.
Okay, I hear you. I'm saying, why does that matter? you're pointing out a situation where the news, what do black people control? Do we control the media?
Well, again, the goal is to be black first. I mean, we will eventually.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But until we do, we have to, try to wean ourselves off of that bullshit that they be trying to program us with. That news, the national news organs are the propaganda arms of the system of racism, white supremacy.
We know it's propaganda. Shout out to
Yeah.
Dub Will. He said, bruh, simple question. He said, how do you defeat the system of racism, white supremacy? Can you please give a simple and clear answer? B1, he said, you guys. He said B1 means black
Thank you.
first.
Just be black first. That's
Be
it.
black
Just be
first.
black first.
Well, I think we're all black first, right?
No.
No?
Just because your skin color is black or dark brown, you don't mean you black first. Hell,
Mhm.
Clarence Thomas, Barack Obama. I could name a whole bunch of other people that look like you and I, but they've done nothing for black people.
Okay.
Matter of fact, they go out their way to not do anything for black people. Barack Obama himself said in his 8 years of presidency, he felt if black people was to get reparations, white people would be upset. That's the mindset of a white supremacist.
Okay. What would you do? What would you do if you were president? How would you fix the problem?
I'd be black first.
I understand that piece. You said that.
That's it.
I'm talking about there's a difference in telling people this is how I look at it. And I think this is where I have a disconnect with you, right? Because you said black first, and then you said what else after that? What's the second one?
I don't think I said anything after that.
You did. You said you said there were two things. You said B1.
Well, and then you have to understand a system of racism, white supremacy first, and then you have to be B1.
Okay, and then after we understand that, what's after that? After
what's
B1?
After B1?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're black, if your ideology is black first over everything else, black family, black financial situations, you're dealing with business wise with your own people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where your strength is. You're policing your own neighborhoods. I mean, it's simple. So where's the disconnect? You don't understand black first?
No, the disconnect is think of it like this. I think this would be easier for you to conceptualize. I know it might be difficult for you to grasp, but let me break it down this way.
I'll do my best.
All right, good. It's a little struggle, but I got you. When we talk about solutions, you just told me something. Cool. How do you make it happen? Think of it like this. Let me break it down. Let me break it down let me break it down. Because I like how you are using Dr. Francis Westling's information to explain something that you don't quite yourself understand. When we talk about solutions, it's easy for someone to tell you what to do. Okay, how do you implement it? How do you get black people to the finish line? I think that's really the real question at the end of the day. When we talk about solutions, you said B1. B1 doesn't mean much of anything if you can't get black people to become B1. You're saying they're not. You're saying we're all indoctrinated under white supremacy, systemic racism. So then if that's the case, how do you plan on undoing that? If you know this, and this is information that was known way before, right? This is information. This is old information, sir. You're not saying anything that's new. This is not an aha moment. That's why I said when I watched the video, I was like, okay, what? Now what? Right? How do you implement it? It's like this. You have a math problem. The black issue is a very complicated math problem, right? And here's how I always describe it. It seems like people who think they know what they're talking about will say this is the solution because they heard it from somebody else who actually did the research. But then I ask them, like any other complicated math problem, like a professor will ask a student, can you show me your work? Can you show me actually how to get to this solution? And the problem is when I come across people who sound like you is that they absolutely do not know how to do that part. And sir, that is the part that's the most important. Anybody can say anything. Can you put together the roadmap? What does it look like? How do you do it? You said B1. That absolutely means nothing. How do you get people to be B1? People feel like they're B1. You are saying you know something that other people don't know. Explain to the audience right now, how do you implement that solution you just came up with? Something that's realistic and practical.
Well, we'll just go with step number one. You be B1 in your own house first.
Okay.
and you educate as many people as you can about what you're doing and what what B1 means.
All right, you're struggling. You're struggling. Hold on. No, you're struggling. You're struggling. You're struggling. Let me make it simple. Make it simple.
Just because you're saying I'm struggling,
make it
don't
simple.
mean I'm struggling.
How do you?
Just because you're saying I'm struggling, don't mean I'm struggling.
You're struggling, brother.
You're trying to interrupt me. So let me talk.
No, because you're missing the point.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
This is what I'm asking.
If you ask me a question,
and you're not answering it.
No, you may not want. You may not like the answer.
Let me give you a specific one. Let me give you a specific one.
Don't mean it's not the answer.
How do you fix broken homes in our community? Let me give you something simple, softball. How do you fix the broken homes in our community?
You BB1.
You
BB1.
Okay.
Listen, it's a broken home.
Look at you guys.
No,
he said wave the magic wand and BB1.
It's a broken home. You understand? So of course, you just wake up one morning and be like, "Hey, you need to be one. You need to be." No.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a man in the family, he's going to have to take ownership and leadership of that family, and he's got to move in a B1 philosophy. That's simple. I don't know why you're struggling with that, but I do know why. It's like you got white supremacist blinders on, man.
Hey, man,
but it's eye opening for me because again, I've got to move forward with my mission, and I'm just glad your head didn't explode when you saw the video, because I really saw your head explode when you see, like, that was just something in my brain. Anyway, long story short, it's not hard, Nathan. It's really not hard. This is not a calculus equation.
It is a calculus equation, and that's the problem.
No, it's not.
It's
a very simple solution.
Then why? If it's so simple, how come it's not done?
Because not everyone is on the same page. Most of Black people are white supremacists. Man.
What is the chat saying? Let's see what they're talking about. She said basically he's saying be Black, which we are, and don't date white people. That's all I'm getting from it.
No.
I'm trying to break it down and make it simple because you're making it complicated.
Just being a skin color don't make you be one. Because again, you've got
how do you get people to become B1? How do you fix broken homes? You said the men need to be B1. Sir, have you ever worked in the Black community? Like really worked in the Black community and got your hands in there and interacted with people from the community you're talking about need to be rescued from white supremacy?
Man, I live in the Black community.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Do you live in a gated community?
No, that's for white supremacy.
Oh, just check it.
I don't separate myself from my people.
All right. So the question is, have you ever done any work in the Black community? I didn't say live. I said work. Have you ever served Black people?
Yes.
In what capacity?
On a daily basis.
No. Have you ever served Black people?
Listen.
Have you ever served Black people?
I just told you yes.
In what capacity, sir?
In my daily living.
How?
You take care of the people in your community. You provide jobs.
All right.
I mean, just being a police officer ain't the only way you serve people. Just working in a soup kitchen ain't the only way you help people.
I never said that.
If you got somebody that's down, if you got somebody that's hurting, if you could provide for them a job and they could do better for their family, that's help.
This is a good question. He said, can someone of another race be B1 if they advocate for Black issues like Sean King, for example? I think it's a perfect example because he's a white man.
Yeah. Okay. Because again, B1 is a philosophy. Yes, you could be any race and be B1.
But you can't. But you can't be B1 if you date someone outside your race, though.
No, you can. But that you have to be strong in your convictions of B1, and the person who you're dating gonna have to understand.
Sir, this is the problem with your logic. It's grossly ignorant.
Well, again, it's not my
statement earlier.
It's not my logic. It's not my logic.
Shit. Well, then what are you over here preaching and trying to sell people?
You see, you're trying to put me in a bag of absolutes.
Sir, you put yourself in a bag. You put yourself in a trash bag.
I asked you who was you dating? And you told me whether it's true or not. You said it out your own mouth. So I'm gonna just take it at face value. Then you said, no, I was lying. I don't know if you was lying or not.
All right. Well, here's the thing.
The bottom line is this.
Mm-hmm.
Your resume speaks for you, whether you
I would like to see your resume. I have a resume. You can check.
Everybody's got a resume. But
is your resume relevant though?
Man, my resume is B1. That's all the relevance I need. That's all I need. That's all you need. As soon as you wake up, brother, you're gonna understand that.
Man, by the time I wake up, I'm gonna catch you still sleeping, brother. That's the problem.
I hope so. If I'm resting, that mean we done won. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good.
Listen. So how do you How do we see the reason why I say this is a bunch of Cocoa Puffs is because I've worked diligently in our community. I've worked in low income Black communities. I worked in middle class Black communities. So when you tell me that we need to just do a campaign, walk around telling Black people, hey, you guys, B1 is the way to solve the problem. Appreciate it. Thank you. Please sign up. Sign up, B1. Hey, you guys, be mindful of these racist sports that we play, because subconsciously it shows how white people are inferior to Black men because their penis size. White supremacy.
And she didn't say that about the penis size. It was about the fact that they felt their
I'm well aware. I was being facetious.
Well, I just didn't want your listeners to be.
They're not thinking about that. They want solutions to today. They want solutions.
Well, again, today. See, and if when you worked in the neighborhood with the Black people, I'm pretty sure you went around saying, "Hey, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You need to do better. You're a Black man. Straighten yourself up." I'm pretty sure that's probably what you was thinking. No,
I didn't, sir. I think that's what's so funny.
Listen, I didn't say you said. I said you probably said or thought. Well, you know what I'm saying?
How about this is how it works. This is how
because you just said
let me explain to you how etiquette.
I was gonna go around passing out.
Let me tell you. Let me explain to you how it works. Bless your heart. You don't know no better. Nobody taught you how to have a dialogue, right? You ask someone a question. You don't assume. All you have to do is ask, brother. That's it. Hey, Nathan, when you were policing in our community, did you ever tell Black men and Black women to pull themselves up by the bootstraps? You see how that works?
You didn't do the same either. You see how that works?
No, I did.
Well, there you go.
I did.
You get what you get. What
No. I said I did ask you.
No, you said I go around and I put out pamphlets and I say, hey, be one.
No, that's not what I said. I said, do you go around? I'm not asking you. I'm saying what you're saying is that simple that I go around with pamphlets saying be one. I didn't accuse you of anything. I'm asking you questions that you cannot answer, or the answers that you're giving are extremely subpar. They're so surface that they mean nothing. They're irrelevant.
Well, and that's how it
goes. How do you get Black men to become B1 when they prefer to be themselves? They're Black already. So I'm not understanding you don't have any solutions. Or what you think are solutions, you don't know how to implement them.
Well, I do have solutions, but because of your white supremacist mindset, you can't hear them. And I understand that. I respect that.
Let the people hear them.
It'll take some time.
Let the people hear them. Let the people hear what your solutions are.
I think the people have heard, especially the ones who wrote it down. B1. And again, if your mindset is of a white supremacist, it's gonna take a little longer. I mean, I respect that. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Who did I hear B1 from? Isn't that something? What's that guy's name? He's on YouTube.
Man, if you just not hearing about B1, man, something wrong. If you just not hearing about B1,
no, I'm talking about the guy I heard it from first. He says that I can't think of his name. He's on YouTube though. Dr. Boyce Watkins. That's who it is.
Yeah, he's one of the ones. Well, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about Black people getting reparations?
I think it's necessary. I think it absolutely needs to happen. I believe it should have happened a long time ago. Yeah. I also believe that there's a multitude of ways to actually get it done. I actually have a plan. I don't know why it's taking them so long. Well, I mean, I know why it's taking them so long, because they don't want to do it.
Do you think reparations should be mainly cash?
No, absolutely not. That'd be stupid. At least to me, my personal opinion, based on how I understand the problem, to be absolutely should not be. It should be.
What else should it be?
Well, you tell me, sir. You're the expert. I'm the white supremacist. I don't want to give you all my damn jewels away so you can run around here and pretend like you know something, right?
Cash money. Cash
Good.
Money. Cash money. You know why I say that?
Believe? Why?
You know why they say that? They didn't give the Ukrainians education.
They
didn't give them low interest loans.
We're not them.
They didn't give the Asians.
But we're not them. Why are we comparing? Why are we comparing ourselves to different ethnic groups?
Well, we're comparing them because they gave them folk cash. But they respected them enough. They gave them.
That's not Black business, though.
Oh yeah, it is. They show tax dollars.
If you're B1, why are you? If you're B1, why are you trying to? Why are you conflating B1 issues with Ukrainian issues,
because
sir? That's how I know you don't know what you're talking about.
My government and my tax money is the money that they gave. So why would that not be my business?
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, that's got to be what you're talking about. It came out your mouth.
No. You misunderstood what I said, and I'm not
brother.
surprised.
You was very straightforward. You said exactly what you said,
and you missed it. That's the problem.
Well, how did I miss it? How is that not my
shit? You tell me, brother.
I'm gonna let you say it again. Say it again.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, slow your heart rate down.
Go ahead. All
right, here we go. You are conflating the issues of Ukrainians to black issues. B1 and Ukrainian people are not the same. You cannot solve those problems the same by just giving money. To you, you said, give us money just like you gave Ukrainians money. I said, well, in my personal opinion, based on the issues within our community, I don't think that is the best way to handle the problem. Now, you said that you just cut the check, right?
Okay, now why ain't that the best way?
I know why. I'm
listening. I need to know.
You already know the answer, sir. I'm the white supremacist.
I ain't no mind reader. I can't read your white supremacist mind.
Listen, you could have fooled me, brother, the way you've been assuming stuff.
No, listen. All jokes aside, really.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I need to know how some people think, so it helps me. Trust me.
I don't think you really want to know how I think because you've been making assumptions about me all night.
You know, it's kind of weird because I think the same way you think. I think you got blinders on. You think I got blinders on.
No. I think you suffer from willful ignorance. I don't think that there's blinders on.
And I think you suffer from willful ignorance too. So we both on the same side of a different coin.
Page. All right. Well, now that we're starting from page 1. Yeah. Shout out to Gail. She said, so a non-black person can be B1, but if a black person dates outside of the black race, they can't be B1?
Yeah, they can be if they are strong in their convictions and whoever they date and understand that.
Ooh, this sounds like some corrupt religion right here. You telling me about?
No, it's simple. It's simple. Right. Listen, if you're a black person, you dating a white person, and you scared to express your blackness, then you weak. You can't be black first. You floating in the wind, man. That's it.
All right, I see what we got going on here. So, in reference to reparations, I think my personal opinion. It needs to be also, of course, there needs to be the financial check that needs to be cut. I think it also needs to be shown through education, infrastructure, land. That's a must. Education as far as agriculture, finance, and then also schools in general. I think black people absolutely have to control their own education. There's no way around that. I also believe that the black community needs to actually remove themselves out of white institutions, and that money needs to be created to support their own hospitals, grocery stores, and other essential businesses. Now, that's my take on it.
That's B1, brother. I'm so proud of you. Yeah.
All right, brother. Bless your heart. Listen, I already understand the concept and the problem. I've studied this extensively.
Good.
It's you who has misunderstood who you were speaking to when you came up here.
Maybe.
Hey,
if I'm wrong, I'm gonna say I'm wrong.
So, hold on. You about to throw an apology out?
I said if I'm wrong, I'm gonna say I'm wrong.
Okay,
I'm a man. I'm 100%. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead.
Thank you for giving me that. I appreciate your apology. So I think there's a multitude of ways to fix this problem. I don't think it's wise to just give people money. Because the biggest issue within our community is the mind, the mentality. So if you can't fix the mentality, then you're only creating a situation where you put black people back in the same conditions where they started from. So that's why I keep pushing back on this concept of just B1. Because how do you get people to be B1? How do you go about doing that? How do you do that?
Well, let me go back. So you're saying black people shouldn't be given the money until they know how to handle the money?
No, I said it should not just be about money.
Mm-hmm. But they should be given money. Right?
I said that. See, you might need to write this down, brother.
Let me do it right now. Let me write that down.
Write that down. I did say the
because
first one.
A lot of people, they'll say, well, black people, that you give them a check, they just gonna give it back to the white people. They don't need no money. Some will. Yeah, that's true. But they're gonna put it back in rotation. And here's my point on that. I don't give a damn what people do with their money. It's their money.
Then you're not B1, sir. That right there lets me know you're not B1.
No,
you're not, bro. I think you like a lowercase b.
I have to finish my thought if you don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, you are.
Why is we pocket watching if black people get money, but we ain't pocket watching when they get money to Asians or Ukrainians or Spanish people?
You cannot be B1, sir, when you're constantly comparing other ethnic groups.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
We're talking about black people.
This is my tax money. Did you not know that?
We're talking about black
No, I
people.
don't
And you're
care.
comparing us to other
Listen,
groups.
if our government is giving money to other people but not giving it to us, oh, that's damn sure I need to be all over that. And
That's not what I'm talking about.
for you to ignore that
That's
brings up
not what I'm talking
some
about.
question marks to me,
That's
man.
not what that's not what I'm talking about. And
well,
you
it's
missed the
got to
whole
be
point.
what you're talking about.
No. You missed the whole point, but it's okay. Listen.
No, how could I be missing the point? That's the whole point.
So again, lowercase b is that's the vibes you're giving me right now. You're giving me lowercase b energy.
Well, that's because you don't understand B1. You just told me you wasn't 100% B1. You told me you don't even 100% understand the concept. So
I'm asking you to explain it. I'm saying, how do you,
brother, if you're black and you don't understand the concept,
tell me this,
B1, you're already in trouble.
B1. Tell me this, brother.
Yeah.
Tell me this. I'm asking you because I've worked in our community for over 13 years. I know the mindset of our people in our community, right? I have an extensive insight on things you don't know nothing about. So I'm asking you because I know. So I'm asking you, how do you get people to become B1? What are the tactics? What's the strategy? What's the plan? How do you do it? Telling people to be B1 does not do anything.
It don't do nothing for you because you struggle with being B1.
How do you get people to become B1 that are not B1, sir?
Well, that's what we're working on right now. Me and you communicating. Hopefully
No, that's not what we're working on. That's not what we're working on. You're supposed to already have that worked out. I'm asking for the solution. So
no, what you're doing is deflecting.
You came up here saying you're B1.
What you're doing is deflecting.
I'm not deflecting anything.
Yeah, you are.
You didn't ask for my help. Well, you're trying to make it seem like I'm helping you with the situation. You didn't ever ask for my help. You came up here and said I was a white supremacist.
I don't need your help with nothing.
Of course you don't. Then you're not B1.
You opened up your platform. You asked a question. I answered the question. That's it.
You're not giving me B1 energy, brother. That's the problem.
Yeah, but you don't know what B1 is.
To question your level of commitment to the cause.
Well, you're not B1, so that means absolutely nothing to me.
Wow.
Nothing to me.
So
you know what I'm saying?
So whatever happened to no brothers left behind. Damn.
Well, no. Some brothers will be left behind.
Oh, so you leaving brothers behind?
Some brothers will have to be left behind.
When it comes to my plan on helping black people, no black people are left behind. You cannot be B1, brother.
And again.
I guess I'm the real white supremacist.
Barack Obama will be left behind. What did
Courtney Michelle say? Said B1 is black folks. Black folks putting our community first. You have no solutions, only playing victim with nonsense rhetoric.
And you're only repeating Nathan's words.
Antithesis of B1.
You have none of your own original thoughts. Try again.
I mean,
I didn't gave my solution. Now, whether you want to hear it or not, that's on you.
I hear, but this is what I will say though, brother. I think the interesting thing about this is in my opinion, there's a mind that you have to fight in our community. You have to fight the mind, right?
Yeah.
I'm asking you, how do you get to the mind? How do you break through that piece, right? When you came up here the first time, you told me that, hey, everybody's suffering from systemic racism, white supremacy. This is something that we've been conditioned, which I agree. There's conditioning going on. I'm asking you, how do you free people from the condition? That's what I'm asking you. You're telling me it's B1, but I hear you, right? All jokes aside, listen, all jokes aside. I hear you saying B1. I'm saying it's not that simple.
Well, okay, let's do an exercise.
Go ahead.
Because this is going to help you with the solution. Make a circle like this and hold it up like that. No, go ahead. Make a circle. All right?
All right.
Inside this circle represents everything I know about everything I think I know. But it also represents that I need to learn a whole lot more.
Okay.
Now that's powerful because it helps people to understand that, and even me, that I don't know everything.
Okay.
I learned this simple technique from Dr. Ray Hagins.
Okay.
And it helps to blow through a lot of roadblocks. I don't know everything. Nathan, you don't know everything.
No.
But when we come together and we collab, maybe it'll help somebody.
I agree.
I'm not here to ridicule you. Hopefully you're not here to ridicule me. When I told you was a white supremacist, you're a proxy. I didn't mean, I'm telling you what I see. But at the same time, I'm hoping
that I free myself.
That other people will start to look in the mirror a little bit. What I'm saying is a lot of police officers are of a mindset that they not black first.
What about the ones that are?
The ones that are end up dead, like Clyde, the officer that killed himself.
Who?
Kern. I think his last name was Kern. Clyde Kern. Am I saying that right?
I-
He committed suicide. He was a strong soldier. He was a veteran police officer. I did a
Why did-
video about it.
Why did he kill? I have to look at that. His
Yeah,
name
please
doesn't
look
ring
that
a
up.
bell.
Yeah, but anyway,
Uh-huh.
the officers who try to buck the system is such a burden on them. They end up in a bad spot. That one officer in California, I mean, he tried to report some people, some things, and it went bad. This was a bunch of years ago. I don't know his name, but long story
Oh, you
short,
talking
what
about-
I'm saying is this system is really, it's a real thing, man. And me and you could go back and forth. You know, we could act like we don't understand each other. No, and all that's fine and good. But the long story short is you can't unsee some things, you know, and some things is just got to be fixed. And I'm gonna do my part best I can. I don't have a solution that you could hear right now, and that's fine. And what you got, you've kind of laid out some things as far as police officers, which is good. But all I was hoping to do is to say, hey, if you're going to have to add that the system of racism, white supremacy in there, because I'm gonna tell you, this is something you mentioned on another broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
You said that the young fellow who got shot recently, I think he was a foreign fellow, black fellow. The cop and him was struggling for a while. The cop got tired and eventually shot the dude. Now, the guy had some warrants or something, and so he was acting squirrely. You remember that?
Yeah.
Now, the part that you're missing on the behalf of the police officer, he too had something going on in his past and understanding that made him a little quick to pull a trigger on a black man, and it's called genetic annihilation. That's an inherent fear that white supremacists carry, and that's something that has not been addressed.
That's the problem that I have with that statement.
And I know you do have a problem with it because, again, you are you, but it's real, brother.
Wait
You
one second.
ain't no way around it.
Wait 1 second, brother.
Yeah,
Wait
go
1
ahead.
second.
Go ahead.
Do you have any documented proof to support that statement that you just made?
Brother, we got hundreds of bodies dead from cops killing black people.
Once again, do you have any data research to suggest that that's the case?
Yes.
I would really like to see it, because here's the problem with that statement. You got to be careful when you make statements like that.
No, we don't have to be careful. We have to face it head on.
Listen, just as easy as people try to justify that Jewish people were worth genocide, just like how they decided that black skin means that it's okay for you to be enslaved, you can make assumptions like that without it being rooted in facts, right? That's a theory that
Brother,
she spewed in that video. That's what
history is not a theory.
Do you know what a theory is? Do you know what a theory is?
Our history is not a theory.
Do you know what a theory is?
Yeah, I know what a theory is.
What is a theory, sir?
I don't know the exact words, but it's a theory is educated thoughts on a subject. As best I can give you. It's got some study behind it. Whether it's 100% factual or not, it's a theory that has some root in scientific study.
That can't be proven. It's not proven.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of theories. You know?
Exactly.
The out of Africa theory. That's a theory.
Yeah. Exactly.
A lot of people believe it, but it ain't true. But anyway,
and a lot of people believe in Santa Claus.
That's true. That's true.
Exactly.
But listen,
so again, when you make a statement and you say that an officer who's white shoots a black man because inherently, subconsciously, he's afraid of being genetically annihilated, sir.
Yeah, he has an inherent fear of black people.
Okay,
that's been proven, man.
Okay,
that is not a theory.
Right.
That's a fact. I
know. And guess what? I know women who sit in a car, pull up at a traffic light, and a black man walks past, and that's a black woman, and she locks her door. I know black officers who have a fear of certain people who look a certain way. Again,
and all of that is valid. All of that is
valid. So because you're afraid of something, because you've been indoctrinated or conditioned to believe this person is a threat, doesn't necessarily mean that everybody feels that way. So again, we can go back and forth on that logic. That again, that's the whole reason why it's a theory, because it can be attacked. I can provide evidence to counter that argument. So again, it's not true. You can't.
You know what? Let me go with one of your facts, because you like to pull out the facts. You say
hold
what
on
more?
before you go into that. Let me give
Yeah.
these shout outs real quick. Dre Blanco's in the back. He says, "I am so frustrated by this non-productive conversation. He's so strong in his convictions, he can't rationalize or quantify what is being said and what he is listening to." Well, the brother made his mind. Shout out to this brother here. He got a right to. I respect him because he came up here to have the conversation. I got a lot of cowards that follow me who like to talk trash under my videos, and I give them links to come up, and they're afraid to have the conversation. I respect this brother right here. But Dre, I agree with you. He's strong in his convictions, and but I definitely respect that. Gail at Night says, "Name 3 Black-owned businesses you support."
Trust me, I ain't got time for them old small-minded questions.
Name 3 Black-owned businesses that you support, sir.
Anderson Printing, DMSJ Management Company, and Wilson's Grass Cutting. Next question.
All right. Who do you bank with? You said
Myself.
Black-owned bank.
Myself. I need to get to what I was talking about.
You bank with yourself.
Yeah, there's very few Black-owned banks that are really Black-owned. But anyway, let's get to the questions. Let's get to what I was going to talk about. Go ahead and address your subscribers because they're important. You got a few more you need to address.
Let me scroll through. Don't want to make sure I miss nothing. Since you bank for yourself, I'm trying to get like you, brother.
No, I didn't say I bank for myself, but you say, who do I bank with that's Black?
Who do you bank with a Black-owned bank?
I do my best. That's the best I can answer that.
Who do you bank with that's Black-owned?
Well, I did bank with a company. I found out they wasn't Black-owned. They had a Black-owned face.
What was the name of the bank?
Brother, I ain't gonna get into all that. Let's go because I don't want to. That's my own personal financial situation.
Well, you don't bank with them no more,
and you have to respect that.
Oh, I respect it. I was just asking.
Well, good. Let's go. Let's move on.
Okay. B1.
100%.
All right. Henry Vaughn says, it's sad the old generation has the victim mindset. The solution to do everything you're supposed to do. Success is a choice.
Sound like Candace Owens to me, man. Move on to the next one.
He said something like Candace Owens.
Yeah, because whenever a Black person tell another Black person that's victim mentality, you do not blame a rape victim for being raped. You blame the person that raped them. And if that person that's being raped becomes sexually promiscuous, you can't blame them for that behavior. They need help. That's period. That's simple. But you want to blame the victim. Come on, man. Next, let's move on. It's boring me.
Boring you?
Yeah, because I want to get out what I got something very important on my brain I need to
all
say.
right, go ahead and my man said he bank at Wells Fargo.
Yeah, and SunTrust, and also bank with a bunch of other banks too. Next question.
All right, brother. What were you gonna get out before? Is it okay if I have a lot of people in the back? Is it okay if I bring them up if they have questions for you?
No, I don't want to answer no
questions. You don't answer no questions?
No
I respect that. I respect that. What'd you want to get out? What are your
you said this statistic before. You said that there are more white people. I mean, cops kill more white people. I mean, it was about black on black crime or something anyway, but you said there's more, federally speaking, from the federal numbers, white people commit more crime than Black people. I think you said something like that. Am I close to that?
You got to tell me what specifically you're referring to, so I can make sure I can give the right.
Yeah.
What was the dynamic? Was it white on? Was it?
We were saying that cops kill more Black people. Seem like in this country, and you said, well, no, cops kill white people more than they kill Black people.
Oh yeah. So the data is white cops. The police shootings. And when it comes to police shootings, you have white people are killed more in encounters with law enforcement than Black people are.
Yeah. And so my question about that is if white people out here wilding like that, you know what I'm saying? That must mean they're doing more crime than Black people. Then why ain't more of them in jail? Why is the percentage of people, Black people, the percentage of people in jail is more Black than white when we're supposedly be 13-14% of the population? I'm asking a question. Because that was your statistic.
Yeah, but you're saying, so I got confused, right?
Okay.
Hold on, not you. Someone in the chat confused me, threw me off. Listen, if you're B1, because right, you got someone in here that's supporting you here. I want to make sure I get their questions up. Right way pools and spas. I'm missing your question. If you guys have a question, put Q in front. Right way, I want to get your question because right way is saying that I'm not putting his questions up. That's not it. I'm putting the super chats up. So those who are giving super chats and those who are members, I make those priorities to bring up on the screen. So right away, I don't want you to feel like I'm alienating you from the conversation. This is a mutual discussion. So please put your question up so I can see it right now. I want to make sure this brother gets it so he can answer the question. Those who want to give him a direct question, but
I will not answer any goofy questions.
All right. Let me. So you're talking about the prison pop. Can you rephrase the question again?
Yeah. When you said the federal numbers show that cops kill white people more than black people.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
That would make me think that white people are causing more crime. Then
they are.
Then why is the ratio so far off as far as black people being incarcerated than white people?
It's not far off. There are more incarcerated white people than black people.
I need to see them numbers because I promise you that ain't what I've seen. Now, I ain't got the numbers in front of me. You're pretty good on numbers, but
I think, and that's not your fault.
Nationwide, it's pretty
not
high.
accurate. Let me explain to you why, and it's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault. This is why my channel exists, because the purpose is to explain the criminal justice system. Because sometimes we see things on the surface level, but we don't understand what we're actually looking at, because we're not familiar with, let's say profession, right? Mm-hmm. So when you're reading statistics, sometimes people read the statistics to only acknowledge their own particular viewpoint. Uh-huh. And if you don't understand what you're looking at, you don't see the nuances to actually look at it properly. So when it comes to incarceration, there's two types of incarcerations. You're looking at state, and then you're also looking at federal. When you bring those both together, black people are still not more incarcerated than white people. And so I think that's where sometimes the confusion. Some people look at one statistic over the other. I look at it as in its entirety. Incarceration is incarceration out of respect to the data. You get what I'm saying? But someone who's unfamiliar would not break it down that way.
So the state is more black people locked up statewide and less federal. And when you combine it come out to.
Let me pull it up right now. Just so we both can be clear. But the last time I checked it, that's exactly what it was. If you really look at all the numbers in its entirety, white people are more federally incarcerated than blacks. Blacks are more state incarcerated. Let me pull it. I think this is good for us to look up real quick.
In federal crimes, they call them white collar crimes, right?
Yeah, they do.
All right.
But that's a good point, though, right? That's a very good point.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the reality is, if we talking lockup, we talking lockup. Let me see. All right, you guys, bear with us for 1 second. I want to bring up this data real quick for us to go over. Got this first one. But so while I'm pulling this up, though, what correlation? What is the correlation that you're trying to make in reference to the incarceration rate?
Well, the correlation is if there isn't a system in place like I'm talking about, then why is the number so far off? Why are there more black people locked up incarceration than white folks? And then why is it when a black person do a crime, they're getting like life for marijuana sales? I mean, it's ridiculous.
That's not accurate. But I will say this.
I've actually got relatives.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So it ain't like I'm telling you something that I heard. You know.
Oh, I didn't say it wasn't.
You got the three strike law that was presented, Bill Clinton and Joe Biden, that was specifically targeted to black people. Now, if you deny that, brother, I mean, you're gonna have some serious problems. If you deny that, we're gonna have some serious
No,
problems.
I'm well aware about what Biden and them did in the crime bill now. What I'm saying is it's not accurate, meaning that we can't use anecdotal fringe cases and say that that's applied to everybody. That's not evidence and that's not accurate, right? That's not a way to make a good argument. The reality is
you're right about that, but you got on average of one person a month seem like being let out of jail. They've been in jail for 50 years for a crime they didn't commit, and all of them people seem to be black.
Well, I would say my counter to that is just because you didn't hear about the ones that happen to white people doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Are we honestly going to make an argument that white people don't suffer from the same consequences?
Yeah, that's exactly the argument I'm gonna make. That's exactly the argument I'm gonna make, because the system ain't designed to lock up black people on a large scale level. You know what I'm saying? That'd be counterproductive to the system.
Well, I think to your argument, the only piece you're missing is you have to factor in other layers of behavior. You got to factor in crime. You have to factor in the fact of how that behavior was carried out in the process of being arrested. One thing that I can tell you is that when we look at who is most likely to resist arrest, data shows that unfortunately black men resist arrest more than white men. So when you start factoring,
or it was the white cop so in his feelings that he thought the black man was resisting, because he says, "Why are you pulling me over?" Oh, resisting. He started cracking himself.
Nah, that's not how it goes. But normally, I hear what you're saying. But normally,
come on, it is.
No. I hear what you're saying. But what ends up happening is it's one of those things where resisting arrest is a very, very legitimate situation where, hey, you're under arrest. Put your hands behind your back. Someone runs, someone's fight, or they try to assault the officer, and then they get injured, or unfortunately, they get killed in the process. Case in point with the Patrick Loyola, the one we're talking about earlier, where that gentleman was shot in the back of the head. He should have never been shot. But when we're looking at that case, do you constitute that as a resistance of arrest? That case.
Again, that dude was acting squirrely because he had warrants.
Did he resist arrest?
The white guy was acting squirrely because
did he resist arrest?
He feared that black guy was going to kill him. So
did he resist arrest? See, when we can't we're not going to be able to have a conversation if you're going to be intellectually dishonest. In that case that you saw the video, was Patrick Loyola resisting arrest?
Yes.
All right.
But why was he resisting arrest?
Does it matter?
If it matters that he was resisting arrest, I need to know why he was resisting arrest. Hell, why was he pulled over in the first place?
He was black. He was what?
Because he was black. He was profiled. Now I know that there's some things that he had a plate and this all that, but
is that not a legal reason to stop somebody?
Man, I've been pulled over because I had looked like a disco ball hanging from my goddamn mirror.
Is there
no justification?
Is there in the state law? Is it against the law for you to hang things on the mirror and it actually obstructs the window view?
I'm pretty sure it is, but it's very flimsy. That's just a reason. See, those things are put there to give cops legal reasons to mess with black people. Period. And it's simple. But I mean, if you just go by the book, then
are you saying that white people don't get pulled over for those same type of offenses?
I'm promising you they don't. I guarantee you, my dollar to your dime, they don't.
No, you trying to put money up?
Man, all day, every day, and twice on Sunday.
How much you trying to put up?
$2.
Of course.
Feel me? No, but really,
you ain't putting up nothing.
What I'm saying is, listen.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You can have statistics to back up your point, because you could say a thing is legal, but is it moral? All day long, you know what I'm saying?
We're not here to make more. You will be
no.
Right there,
what I'm saying is,
you're trying to make an emotional argument, and we're talking about law.
Well, see, that's the thing is, the law. Slavery used to be legal. That's the law.
Sure, right. You're absolutely right.
I mean, that's it. To me, it's cut and dry.
So, but until it changes, guess what? It's still the law. So, what are you going to argue?
I'm gonna argue the shit ain't right. What you talking about?
Well, that's fine, but you're right. It ain't right, but you better do what you're told.
Or that still don't keep you from getting shot in the head.
Yes, it does.
No, it don't, Nathan, and you know that. You're a cop. You should know better than that.
You know how many people get arrested a year on average? 10 million people. I have no idea. 10 million people, approximately 10 million people on average get arrested a year, and they're not shot in the head. You know why? because they comply. Do you mean to tell me that I know black men who have not complied and shot up at the police and still get arrested?
Well, we need to see them cases.
You want me to pull it up?
All 2 of them, yeah.
He said, ain't no pleasing you, brother. Listen, this is inmate race. This is for federal statistics. This is the Federal Bureau of Prisons right here. Inmate race as of June 11, 2022. If you look at the percentage for black, white, Asian, what are we looking at for percentage wise? Black men, or I'll say black men, I'm sorry. Black people, 38% in federal prison. White men, 57.7%.
What's the statistic for state?
Let me pull up the state.
Because all them fellas in there for tax evasion.
Does it matter?
Yeah, it matters.
Man, listen, brother, listen. We talk about incarceration. Now you want to break it down to what they did. You see?
Come on, you know it matters.
B1.
You know it matters.
On,
you know it matters.
B1. Give me 1 second. All right. This brother want to go down the merry-go-round on this stuff. All right.
Hey, Nate, my battery getting ready to die, man. I ain't got too much time. I could be on this with you, brother. I do appreciate it, though. If it do go blank out, then I did my best.
Nah, you good, man. Listen, let me send you the state one because I got to go through 8 tabs. I want to bring it up, but to your point, there are a little more in state, but they don't. I want to pull it up. I don't want to misspeak the numbers. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think this is it on national level. Is this it? I had a way to show me all the ethnicities. Give me 1 second, brother. 1 second. But to your point, though, in reference to the incarceration rates, we got to look at the type of crime that's being committed. Unfortunately, in our community, I think you mentioned this, right? Was I talking to you when you said this? Unfortunately, black men or black people were responsible for almost half of the most violent offenses in this country.
Yeah, but cops shoot white people more than black people. That don't even make sense.
It does make sense.
No, that don't make sense.
It does make sense when you actually look at the data. I think the problem is you can't look at the data as a whole, as a group. You have to look at it as individual incidents because there's so many variables that take place in a police encounter. It's not so simple that a person woke up, got out the car, and got shot by the police. You have to look at all the data. Was a person armed? Were they unarmed? What type of crime were they committing? Did they shoot at the police? Did they fight the police? Did they take the police weapon? If you're not looking at all those type of contexts, then you're going to miss the point. You just can't look at the data as whole. I think that is where people make their greatest mistake. Johnny says, yo, Johnny dropped $100. Thank you so much, Johnny. I appreciate this super chat. What did he say? He said, it's funny how us blacks complain about being locked up, but continually glorify it. What are your thoughts on that? That's
interesting. That's all I can say about that.
All right. Johnny dropping gems. That's what I'm going to call him tonight. Johnny dropping gems. So I think when we look at the crime data, black people commit a lot of crime disproportionately for our actual population size. That's the issue. So if we're committing too much crime at a high rate in our own communities, then of course we're going to have a disproportionate response to police encounters. One would argue that we're not we don't resist arrest as much as white people do, right? Or violently, or caught with arms. Well, I won't say that.
If white people ain't resisting, why the hell they getting shot? You say they get shot more than black folks.
Because just because you're not resisting doesn't mean you don't have a weapon. It doesn't always have to be you resisting. You can have a weapon. They can say, put the weapon down. You don't put the weapon down.
Black folks know that all too well when they got a cell phone in their hand and the cops say, I thought he had a gun.
True. It's very true. Very true. More reasons why to cooperate, right? That way can nobody make up nothing on you. Let me see. More reasons to cooperate. I know a lot of brothers who cooperated and they didn't have any issues. Where is state prison facilities? I'm gonna have to find this for you and email it to you. I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm not. Hold on. Is this it? Nah, I'm gonna have to find it to you, man. I don't wanna hold up too much time about let me see. Data. Hold on. Damn. Jails, women, man, federation. Hold on, this might be it. Damn, they put it up in a spreadsheet.
It's okay. We'll revisit it some other time.
Yeah, we revisit it, man. I don't want to hold you up too much longer, man.
Yeah.
Listen, this is a good question. How has white supremacy directly affected your life and preventing you from succeeding?
Go watch my YouTube channel, The Big Black American Secret. I'm sure it's a couple of videos on there about it. It's a number of ways.
You can't. She's asking you directly.
Yeah, but then I got to tell you this story, and I don't know if I got the battery life for it. I really don't.
Okay.
I mean,
I can. That should have been my first question. I apologize.
Yeah, that would have been a good one. I mean, because that's
that. Listen, we're gonna have we'll have more opportunities to have conversations, man. Again, I appreciate you taking the time and willingness to come up here and have the discussion. I did enjoy the video with Dr. Frances Wessling. I read about her before. I thought it was a man. Never seen her before, except for one time on a video. She was on the Phil Donahue show. And I I watched the conversation he had with the audience. I thought was very, very powerful. But so I appreciate you putting that video on.
Hey, let me ask you a question. You just reminded me. I did have one. I had one question wrote down on my thing for you.
All right, let's get it.
When she mentioned about the system of racism, white supremacy, turning black men gay or homosexual, or had to have those tendencies. What did you think about that?
I think she was accurate. That there's a concerted effort, and the reason why I know that to be true is because I've done the research.
Yeah.
But there's again, if you want to destroy the family, then you emasculate the men. You separate the men, take the men away, then you can destroy black families.
Stop right there. And you don't think that's a systematic effort in that area?
Yeah, it's an effort. Absolutely. I never said it wasn't.
Shoot me them videos you was talking about. I want to see what you was talking about.
I got you. Yeah, but to your point now, you never asked me, right?
No, I didn't. I actually right just now. So
okay, but I'm just saying, as far as you feel me, you get what I'm saying.
Well, here's where I'm a little confused.
Okay.
If you mentioned what you meant, you say, yeah, that's definitely a concerted effort, but then you say something's wrong with me for thinking there's a system of racism, white supremacy.
I never said that.
What did you say?
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
Run the video back.
I don't know, man. I ain't got that kind of time.
I know your battery's low, right?
It's very low.
But here's it. I said what the problem was. You came up here and assumed way too much, and you didn't just ask me questions. I think that is the flawness in your presentation on my channel. That was the first mistake you made. And so you could have asked me certain questions, and you would have won. And there was something that I wasn't knowledgeable on, you could have educated me on it. If there was something that I misspeak on, you could educate me on it, right? But you came initially with a bunch of assumptions that were grossly inaccurate. And so, again, we probably share a more of an understanding than you would like to probably give me credit for. But I think one of the things is I did a video on that exact same thing. The video is called Black Men, Black Fathers, and Black Boys. And we talked about it on my channel. I brought up the actors and celebrities that they're putting in dresses. We had a whole conversation, a panel of black men, and we had a great conversation about the power of trying to remove black fathers from homes and what that does to black boys and black girls and why fathers are needed.
Is that one of the ones you're going to send me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to see that because
yes, sir.
I'm curious if you mentioned the system of racism, white supremacy in that video.
I mean, I say that there's here's the thing. Let me be honest with you. Let me be completely honest with you. There are certain things that I say on the channel and I don't say because I don't want my channel flagged. So I speak in code. And so those who understand. I don't want them labeling my channel as a freedom fighter, black nationalist, blase, blase, blase. I speak, everybody understands who the enemy is, what the problem is. I really focus on the solution. At the end of the day, we want to label all these people blase, blase, but it doesn't change the fact that we need to do something about it. So I focus more so on solutions. I know there's a concerted effort to separate Black families. They're destroying Black boys. They're going after the kids. It's plain as day for those who can see it. So then the question is, how do you fix it? We look at our homes, they're broken, they're damaged, they're dysfunctional. The media, the music, entertainment is it's counterproductive for the growth and success of our community. We don't own anything. We spend too much money. We have the resources to do what we need to do to fix it, but we don't cooperate. We don't work together properly in order to do it. We're coming up on a food shortage. Inflation is through the roof. The stock market is on its way out, and the housing market is on its way out of here. We are not prepared economically to weather this storm. I plan on doing a video coming up probably next week or so about how to properly prepare ourselves for emergencies, emergency preparedness. You know, we should be having food storages, storing food, having certain equipment in the home. If you don't have a bag in your house where you can run out the house, we call it a bug out bag. If you don't have one of those or don't know how to put stuff in there, these are things that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
If you don't have food, at least 6 months of food stored for you and your family in your house, you're doing yourself a disservice. These are things we don't talk about in our community. These are things I talk about on my channel. I talk about Black empowerment on this channel. I don't have to start labeling and naming all these things because again, it's just people know how much you know doesn't matter. What matters more is what we're doing about fixing the problem. Right. So we can go into the core root of everything, or we can move forward and start fixing the problems that we see right in front of us. And that's what I focus on my channel. You know, I'll leave all the other yellow brick road conversations to brothers like you and sisters like Dr. Frances Welsing, bless her heart, highly sharp lady, beautiful spirit. And she gave a lot to the cause.
So just so I'm clear, and you just said a lot of beautiful things. It's just that. So you're afraid to become labeled as someone who's Black first?
No, I'm concerned about losing my channel.
How would you lose your channel? By speaking the truth?
Because I don't control it. And people who speak the truth get targeted and they take your channel down. That's a fact. So you do have to be mindful of what you say. You can't even, unfortunately, and it's only us that have this problem. That's a known fact on YouTube.
And again, system of racism, white supremacy.
When you don't,
hey, my man, it's been
when you
good
don't own it,
you,
right?
Man.
When you don't own it, you can't control it, man.
All right, now. Peace
out.
All
right, brother. B1.
B1.
Lowercase b. Lowercase b. Everyone should have a bug out bag. I'm gonna do a show on that. I'm gonna do a show on that. Mr. Musitashio. Oh, Mustachio. I'm stupid. All this high-level intellect talk got my brain fried. Mr. Mustachio. B1. What is the salute for B1? I am gonna Mr. Mustachio, definitely check that out. Would love to have you come up and give your thoughts on that too. Let me bring some people up. Dre sleep. Dre knocked out. I ain't gonna bring him on the stream. Norris, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No,
Norris,
that's okay.
Let me bring everybody up real quick because it's going on 4 hours. Let me get everybody's thoughts real quick. This is the first time I'm gonna have a full panel. Everybody on here. Hold up. Got the crew. Norris, I see you first. Norris, what you got? Norris, shout out to you. Norris, first of all, thank you for that Superman shirt. You was coming to save me, Norris, because this brother was trying to drag me about the B1 energy. Norris came with the Superman shirt. Norris, thank you for holding me down yesterday on that stream, man. Them ladies was trying to drag your boy.
I know, and I was defending you in that chat.
Man, I saw you, brother. I saw you. I appreciate it. What are your thoughts, real quick? I appreciate you guys so much for waiting in the back. I really, really appreciate you. I know that was such a great conversation. Shout out to Johnny again, man, with and all of you guys, Leo, Mark. Thank you guys so much. And Dre, I really appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Norris, what are your thoughts, real quick, on that? What you heard?
Did you get your gift yet that I sent you?
Yes. I plan on wearing it on the next stream. I got you.
Okay, I know you brought up Nick Cannon earlier before the guest came in. I'm gonna get on him. I'll let the rest of them talk about that man, because that man wore me out. But I talk about Nick Cannon right quick.
All right.
Nick put on a condom Cannon. He's a walking safety hazard who needs to stop having kids. Like, seriously, he creating too many broken homes with women that he's not gonna be with. He and they say he has lupus. If that's the case, then you need to stop reproducing kids.
Yes.
Because you might get them sick, for real.
And when we talk about fixing the black community, it's unfortunately it's men like that they're not helping the black community. You're creating more dysfunctional homes. You're creating more absent father. I mean, I think the problem is just because he got money doesn't mean he's going to be a good dad, right?
Nah, them kids gonna grow up to resent him. I don't think they're gonna respect him. And plus, he 41, looking like he 50. I don't even think he gonna be here long enough for all them kids. So
hopefully, hold on, somebody got an echo. Hopefully, they handle their financial business properly, and they get the money they need from that situation. But ain't no telling. Y'all were going in on the private chat. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to keep all my focus on that brother because he was trying to slip fast ones past me. Dre, I'm gonna hold you for last, Dre. I'm gonna hold you for last. All right, go ahead, Dre. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Well, look, you see what time it is. I gotta go to work in the morning.
Max, I forgot. Max, when you ain't got no job no more, I think you lose all track of time. Go ahead, Dre. Dre was knocked out.
Yo, I was just sitting there showing daughter my Japanese Kit Kats, my peach Kit Kat, and my Japanese ginger Kit Kats.
Fast ginger Kit Kat.
But and I got some Korean cookies too. Let me tell you something.
Hey man, you're not B1 supporting all these other foreign candies and chocolate and shit. You're not supporting any black candy.
First of all, I can name more than 5 black-owned businesses that I support. So I mean, I can run them off. So we can just keep it 100.
All right. What are your thoughts?
Some of them are on this YouTube stream. So let's keep it 100. First of all, I think we had this conversation earlier when I said we are comfortable in our ignorance. So you figure we're gonna use a caterpillar as an example. Eat leaves, and then when it forms this cocoon, it gets so comfortable in that cocoon that even when it pokes its head out, when it's supposed to be a butterfly, it doesn't reach the tip of the ledge, so the blood could go through his wings, so he could fly away and actually explore the world. Listening to that conversation, the reason why I said it was unproductive is because it's so many times you can ask somebody for a solution, and last time you spoke to him, it was watch the video. There was no solutions in the video. But because and the thing is, listen, I understand that he was enamored by everything she said, but you didn't ask any questions you didn't even write down questions to it. You took everything that was said for gospel, and it was a lot of the stuff she said was accurate, but a lot of the stuff was far-fetched, but you took everything for gospel.
Right.
And then you doubled down on it and not even allowed yourself to fact check it. And the thing is, the way he was defending it was like the comments that she said was perfect. There's no room for improvement.
Right.
What is B1? Okay. What is Black? What does it really look like? and how do you present it to the masses for them to follow?
Correct.
It sounds good on surface to say, tell them to be masters of their house. That shit sounds good. I teach adults with
Exactly.
guns, and trying to get them all on the same page to follow
It's
one thing
hard.
is hard. It's hard. And just keep it real. It sounds good to say black first, but at some point we have to rebuild the community first, which means we got to rebuild the black family, which means that we got to get rid of this gender war, this fake fictitious gender war that has been infiltrating our community. Like I've said 1,000 times, regain our identity. Then the way we gain identity is an all-out attack on mainstream. Now I'm not doing any more social. No, you know what? We're gonna all strike social media. We're gonna go old school. We're not gonna do any more reality TVs. We're not gonna patronize the beauty
industry.
The beauty industry if it ain't black owned. All right. All the women out here women entrepreneurs that want to be boss babes that selling eyelashes, weave, and all that. Y'all need to bound together, put all your resources together, buy a store.
Yes.
All right. Start buying some buildings and franchise your stuff. You can have your own store, your own business, but have one name, Black Girl Magic, whatever you want to name it.
Yes.
But you be your own store owner. All right.
Yes.
And build it in the community.
That's B1. That's
right.
B1.
That's B1.
That's B1. Big B. Not little B, big B.
But you know what's funny? I'm a diehard New Yorker. I love my bodegas. You would have a bodega on one corner, and then you have one in the other corner, and neither one of them are hurting for money.
Right.
But what we need to do is to sit down and create a beauty supply store right next to them.
Yep.
Formulate our own suppliers, create our own stuff, because we're already creating body butter with shea butter, black soap. We're doing all that stuff, right?
Exactly.
That we use. Sell our own stuff.
And they don't even use our products, and they sell it to us.
No,
how disrespectful is that? To me, that's disrespectful. Is that just me?
It's extremely disrespectful.
You selling me alcohol, and your religion won't even allow you to drink it, but you can sell it to me?
Because you know what it is? I'm designed to sit down and destroy you so I can infiltrate your neighborhood and put more of my people in there.
Is that white supremacy?
No, that's not. That's capitalism.
That's capitalism. Capitalism.
Right.
Hold that thought, Dre. Let me get Millennial gotta go off. That brother, right. Millennial Mark's so patient, but me and Millennial Mark be talking behind the scenes. He already had 2 boxes of popcorn. He's Millennial, and then Miss Watchman, I gotta get you in, and then Common Man, I need you to drop some wisdom on us. Millennial Mark, what you got for us for tonight? And I apologize, you guys. He didn't want to take any questions. B1. All right, go ahead, Millennial Mark.
I just want to know what his definition of B1 was, and I wasn't challenging the fact that he's not, because I've heard that term. I hear that term a lot, and it's so rare that you hear people explain what that terms to me. What that term means in their own lives and what they're doing to signify that they're B1 outside of just saying that I'm B1. I like a lot of the things that Dre was saying, some of the things that he do and some of the things that are examples of B1, because when I hear that term, I'm like, well, hey, if somebody can give me a definition, maybe some of the things that I do is B1, like employ black men, like, put black men in a position to where, okay, you want to become a business owner? Here's the blueprint. Oh, you still not ready? Come work in my organization, and I promise you I'm going to pay you more than you've ever made before.
Yes.
Black men only. I think that might be B1. But I want to hear what other brothers who use that term, I just want to know what it means to them. I'm not saying that the brother's not. I just want to, I hate when I hear terms that sounds just like another example of just some symbolism, something to get people just saying, exactly, just get them saying stuff.
Correct. Well said. And my thing is, it makes me argue too. Am I not B1? I started this channel volunteering my time to help our people fix the law enforcement problem in our community, to address the criminal justice issue. I'm not here putting a cape on to save police officers. I'm here to save everybody. I want us to have a better relationship with the police. Whether you want them in your community or not, I can tell you how to get it done. Be one, right?
Yeah.
So again, we have to be careful because it can throw you down a path of darkness and division if you're not careful. Because you focus on this whole thing, B1, turns into a whole cult. And then we end up not getting anything done because we start dismissing people who might have a difference of opinion, but we still have the same purpose, which is what? See our people do better, empower our people. I said it from the very beginning, my very first couple videos. I'm here to empower law enforcement, but don't get it twisted. I am here to empower Black people as well. I say it all the time because I never wanted people to get it confused. Cuckoo, here we are. And again, I get the most pushback from people who look like me, right? And I told him, I said, brother, if all you had to do was just ask me a question, it was just that simple. Hey, I bet you like them white women and Asian and Latin women. You know, it's like, nah, bro. They probably don't find me attractive, but sisters do. Nah, they all love me. Actually, I'm lying. All right, Miss Watchman, what you got? What you got for us? What's your thoughts? Now, Miss Watchman
How you doing, Nathan?
I'm doing good, love. This is she B1. If ain't nobody B1 on the platform, she B1. She B1 before me. I'm a lowercase b to Miss Watchman. She a capital. She a cursive B. First of all, put some respect on it. So Miss Watchman, what are your thoughts? How do you feel about the discussion? I know you're very pro-Black as well. I'm pro-Black. People just, you know.
There was a question that you asked before your guest joined, and the question was, "What is the solution?" You were looking for an answer, and I don't know if you would call it strange, coincidental, or ordained. But I had just had this very conversation with someone prior to getting your live notification.
Okay.
And one of the things that I discussed was back in the 70s, they began the separation of the home.
Yes.
In doing so, the first thing they did was they took away the strength of the family unit.
Took the Black man out.
They told women, we'll give you food stamps. We'll sell them to you.
Yep.
Back then you had to pay for them. We'll give them to you. And we'll give you welfare and so forth. But you can't have a man in the home.
Yep.
And unfortunately, those women back then began to put their husbands out.
Ooh.
They began to put their man out, their boyfriend, their baby's daddies, or whomever he may have been at that time when marriage was more prominent in our community.
Yes.
Okay. And fathers are very important in every aspect. When daddy is not there, there has to be a male role model to stand up, step up, and help out. Because mom can tell a child to do something 10 times and it's still not done. And daddy walks in the room. He doesn't have to repeat what mom said. The only thing he has to say is, what did your mama say? And everything gets done immediately.
Yep.
That is the power, the nucleus of the family is the father. We balance one another out, but daddy, he's the one who gets things done. He's the one who teaches our boys how to be men.
Yes.
He's the one who teaches our daughters how a man should treat them, what they should accept and what they should not accept. That is where we start at. We've got to get to the point that we realize that some of those 70 moms, their daughters started having babies early, and they forgot about mama helping them out, aunties helping them out, uncles helping them out, granny helping them out, and they told their daughters, you grown now, take care of your baby. And then that baby ended up having a baby at a very young age.
Yep.
So you ended up with generations of babies raising babies with no guidance. because mama was out somewhere doing her own thing. So you ended up with babies raising babies, and they're growing up being friends. They're not being parents.
Exactly.
When their children started to curse and use profanity, they laughed at it. When their children started to hit adults, they laughed at it. When their child slapped them, they laughed about it. And then it got to the point that mom couldn't control baby anymore because baby was kicking mama's butt, but she had no help. And they continued with the separation and the division of the black man and the black woman. I say black because that is what they call us. But the only reason I say black is because since I've come into this community of voicing how I feel about what's happening to us, I know it is something that I have to do in order to reach my people. Our skin is brown. We're melanated people.
Right.
Okay? And I am all about us first. But what we all have to understand is you got these babies raising babies. You got babies who have been beaten. They've been abused. You're going to be just like your mama. You're going to be just like your daddy. You ain't nothing. Our words carry power. Stop speaking death and destruction on us.
Yes.
And the first place you have to start at is at home.
Yes.
And don't allow anybody to speak that destruction on your child. Because if you're speaking that destruction or allowing somebody else to do it, when they grow up and become exactly what it was said they were going to become, you can't blame the child.
Ooh.
You spoke it into existence.
And I think, first of all, well said. And me and Dre were just talking about this earlier today. He said the exact same thing. And I think what's so interesting about what you said is that is the problem I have with the argument of white supremacy. It gives you a reason, but it's not the excuse. That's the problem. We know how we got here. We got here by design. That doesn't mean we can't get out of it. And I feel like we all too often use racism as the reason why we can't fix the problem. That's not true. It's not true.
We have got to start reading the Willie Lynch letter, The Making of a Slave. For those of our people who can't read or refuse to read, we've got to start having these discussions with them and reading the letter to them.
Nah, they got the
because
audible.
Willie
They got the
how
audible
to
book.
create even more division.
Right.
And we start our own reparations in that area by reversing what has taken place. Because it doesn't matter to me, Nathan, that you're younger than I am. You can teach me something. I've learned a lot from younger people. There are some things that you all have been taught that our generation was not taught.
Right.
So you teach me, I go and I do my research to confirm what you've taught me to make sure that you're not teaching me something that's not really there. We've got to learn how to read and research for our oneself. And if we don't know how to research, say, hey, can you get me something on that, some literature that I can read up on that to tell me where to find it at? Be willing to help those who ask for help. Don't assume that because they are older than you or you look up to them that they should already know.
Right.
Because we all know something that we need to pass on to somebody else. And wise words do come from the mouths of babes. If we listen to our children, sometimes we'll learn something and we'll learn very valuable lessons. The thing about children is that they speak purely from their heart. And they're going to tell you, they're going to say just how it is, just the way it is, without thought about it. We have to stop looking down at our noses at those who don't have what we have. We can't look down our nose at someone because their education isn't where our education is, because their financial knowledge is not where our financial knowledge is. We have got to come back into unity and stop thinking in the terms of, I've got to think about me and mine only.
Right.
Because we were built to be codependent people. Yes. Because when the Most High looked up on the man and saw everything he had created had a mate except man, that's why he put man into a deep sleep and created someone who looks just like me.
Pull them ribs out.
So that the man would not be alone. We are helpers one to another. We are our brother's keepers. And if you meet somebody who is not your assignment, you don't step on them and put them down. Correct. Because they are not your assignment. Because your job may simply be to get them to the next person who is their assignment. Because we all know somebody on every level. We've got to be able to communicate with that wino in the alley. We got to be able to communicate with that junkie in the crack house. We've got to be able to communicate with that president in the White House. We've got to be able to communicate with these politicians and everybody else. We've got to know how or learn how to reach those guys who are calling themselves gangsters because they're gang members, which is not a label that they originally had. Because originally, they were the protective society for our community. We've got to know how to reach them to help them to understand what you're doing is not what you were designed to do.
Correct.
Come here and let me lead you the right way. We've got to be able to acknowledge these kings and queens as what they are, even though they don't realize it. Because the more we speak it into existence, the more somewhere along the line, they're going to grasp onto it. And they're going to start living up to what they are. Because back in the 70s, our music was about love and empowerment.
Love and happiness. Ooh.
Who controls the music industry?
Ooh. Them.
I'm not talking about who's singing the lyrics. I'm not talking about who's spitting out the rhymes. Who controls it? Who determines what gets out there to mainstream media?
Right.
What I want to say to our entertainers are, start being like the entertainers of old. And stand your grounds about roles that you won't play. Songs that you won't sing.
Yes.
Lyrics that you won't write.
Yes.
Words that you won't spit.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of individuals out here who have that ability to spit that knowledge in the exact same way and give you the exact same feel, but it will take you to an empowerment level instead of a destructive level. Ooh. I'm somebody who lived through when Tear the Club Up came out and they started tearing the clubs up.
Yes, they were.
I'm somebody who was right there in it and had to deal with bullets coming through the club wall.
Right.
And I was working security trying to keep it out.
Listen.
You know, I'm somebody who lived through that sipping on syrup. And everybody started sipping on syrup. And I thought they were actually talking about syrup that you put on pancakes. That's how green I was.
Oh, they talking about that cough coat. They talking about that codeine syrup.
Yeah.
I found out that
she said, let me get some of that syrup for these pancakes.
We have to learn how to empower our people intellectually.
Yes.
We have to learn how to boost their mentality. There were some people in the store one day and they found it amazing that I was able to speak to a young man who had his pants hanging down off his behind. And what I said to him was, young king, you are far too royal to be walking around here showing people your underwear. Right. He said, yes, ma'am, and pulled his pants right on up immediately. And then he went a little further and took his hat that was tilted to the back and brought it all the way around to the side. You could see his pride stand up in him.
Right.
I've had young men, when I address them as young kings, they say to me, you talking to me? Yes, I'm talking to you, young king. I almost forgot that's who I was. See, some of our people haven't been told who they are.
And that's the problem.
It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
True. And let me tell you something. First of all, you just lit this stream on fire, okay? And well said. Well said. Absolutely well said. And I think what's happening is, and I want to get Common Man and jump in here real quick. It's our responsibility to fix a problem that we did not create. And it's not fair. It's not okay. No one's happy about it. But guess what? They don't care. It's on us. It's absolutely on us. And you're absolutely correct. We have to step up. Those who can need to do. You have to look in the mirror and ask, how are you contributing to the solution? And how are you contributing to the problem? We all have to self-correct, you guys. That is our responsibility to ourselves. That's what it means to be B1. Are you a lowercase b or are you a capital B? The lowercase b are talking about it. The capital B's are doing something about it. Common Man, what are your thoughts on this? I know you got some wisdom to drop for us, brother. All right, Norris, thank you so much, brother. All right.
All right, I'm off mute.
Yeah, you off mute. Go ahead, Common Man. What you got for us? Mute. Nah, we can hear you.
There's so much going on here. Okay, hold on. You good now? Because I got to get you off the other one. All right, you good?
I'm good. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. All
right, you guys, man, y'all have been through so much, so many aspects of the conversation. It's amazing. Next time I come on your show or on your YouTube channel and you have open discussion, I'm gonna have to bring a pen so I can keep up with you. All right, so I don't even know where to start here.
It was a lot.
You see? Yeah, it's a lot. All right, but I'm gonna start with Francis Westland. Francis Westland. I used to have a phone number. Anybody could have had her phone number. You could call her and talk to her when she was alive back in 2015, before she died in 2016. Okay, we have to understand that she was a psychiatrist. Okay, but the problem was that people mistook her for some type of leader. They misunderstood what she was doing. You understand? What Francis Cress Westling was doing was psychoanalyzing the African American people in America. She put up her synopsis or her theory of what the problem that Black people were going through. She put it out there so we can understand what we're going through. You see, and then for us to deal with it. Now, the brother that was on earlier, he took what she was saying as some type of leadership position. She was not a leader. She was a psychoanalyst. It's just like if you go to a psychoanalyst and they sit down and they tell you what's wrong with you, you don't look at them as a leader. But she was trying to teach the masses, or she was not teach, but psychoanalyze the masses and have you ask her questions as you would if you were in a psychiatrist's office. But she did it in groups, and people like that, brother, I can't remember his name, damn. People like that took her as some type of leader. She wasn't a leader. She was psychoanalyzed. She was showing you examples of what she believed that she saw as systematic racism.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't a theory. It wasn't a point where she was saying, okay,
this
like
is what it was.
It wasn't like the Black Panthers. It wasn't like Martin Luther King. She was fixing the problem. She was saying, this is what the problem is. It's going to be up to you guys to figure out the problem. Like you asked the question, what is the solution? She was psychoanalyzing us so us, can find the solution in ourselves. You see, and this is real. This is not no biblical crap. Okay, this was her way of saying you have to find the solution. Okay, Correct. This is the problem. You have to find a solution. Okay, now that's the first step. I mean, I can't take it any further than that. You have to understand that. But the guy, he was taking her as a leader. So if you talk about the goalposts, the pool table, the billiard table, which is two different tables, by the way, so don't get them mixed up. Pool is not billiards, and billiards is not pool. Okay, on billiards you don't have holes in the table. That's a whole different. It's a red and a white ball.
Oh, anyway. Thank you for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, yeah, look it up.
All right.
It's up to us. It's up to us to look at that. It's up to us to look at our problem that she was telling us we were having, okay, and fix that ourselves, okay. But like you said, people misinterpreted it. They
Yep.
misinterpreted it, and some people, like that brother, he took it as if she was trying to be a leader. She was not a leader, okay. Now let's brush that aside. Not brush it aside, but let that sink in, okay. Now, second, B1. Dr. Boyce Watkins, he's the one that invented that phrase. I was on his show. I wasn't on his show, but I was watching the show tonight. He invented that phrase. Dr. Boyce Watkins, what B1 means is black first. It means black first. It doesn't mean that you're racist. That it means that you put black people or our people first. That means that instead of going to that store, that's owned by the Indians or by the Puerto Ricans or by the Cubans or whatever. If this guy opens this store, this brother opens this store for the community, you go to that store so he can grow and stock that store and then hire other black people, black first. It doesn't mean you go out and start a riot and all this stuff. You just put yourself first, as they do. You see, it's like I always joke with my friends. I say, look, you'll never see a Chinese person walk in a black store and buy salt. You'll never see a Mexican person walk in a black-owned store and buy rice. Okay, they'll walk past that store 6 blocks to get a bag of rice from another Puerto Rican store. You see what I mean? They put themselves first, like the Chinese people
effort.
did.
Yes.
They make that effort. You see what I mean? It's like when I was in my late teens, I was going to the Chinese restaurant. Okay, they ran out of salt. Okay, instead of going to the Puerto Rican store down the street and getting a box of salt, them guys, they went and they got in their car, drove all the way down to the supply store where they only sell Chinese salt, and brought it back to their store. That's how dedicated they are to making sure that Chinese people were first. See, that's B1 mean we have to be the same way.
You got to be intentional about you. In order for you to truly be B1, you have to consider someone outside of you. You have to consider the other person in your community almost before or just as much as you think of yourself. Like that is the thing.
No.
You got to be selfless. Selfless for your community.
B1 means you're first and then they come. Then everybody else comes second.
Well, you always gonna be.
You
always gonna be first.
We as a people, we have to put we as a people first, and then everybody.
Okay.
That don't mean we isolate ourselves from everybody else, but
Correct.
we put ourselves first. We put ourselves first. It's like when you're a police officer, you and Dre here, okay? When he calling you a white supremacist, or you have an ideology of white supremacy,
right?
Okay. Now I guess you and Dre too, and me too, okay? But he don't understand. When you were in that black community, you were black just like everybody else was.
Exactly.
Okay? And you when you were dealing with those with the people in the black community, you dealt with them as a black person first, whether you wanted to or not. You know what I'm saying? And you made them understand this is how things go, this is how they work, and this is how they have to be. Not should be or gonna be. This is how they have to be if we're gonna keep peace in this neighborhood. See, that's the way you had to explain it to or show them. You see what I mean? But what pissed me off the last time was when he called you a slave catcher. You know, see that made me mad because he didn't understand. You didn't see it, Dre, did you? I don't think so. All right, yeah. When he called you a slave catcher, I said, "No, man, you ain't see. You don't even know the history."
And you're not B1. You can't be B1 calling other black men. You know, and again, and Common Man, I appreciate that. I think the problem I have I think the only problem I have with him that I was a little disappointed in was that he just came up making assumptions. And you can't say you watch this channel and be that off base at all. He was completely off, I would say, on everything, to the point to where his excuse he gave for not wanting to have the conversation was because I didn't watch the video. I watched the video and I didn't learn anything that was so extravagant, or it was so necessary that we could not have the conversation. But I will say the solution she gave at the end of the video that I watched, this is what she said, and this is how she said it. And I'll probably play it before I end the stream, but this is what she said. She said that what we need to focus on, she said there is, in so many ways, the issues in the Black community, and this is from her.
Go ahead, I know what she said.
There is an issue with the hypersexual or sexual deviant behavior within our community. That's what she spoke on. She said kids are having sex and having children way too young, 14, 15, 16. This is what she started with. Then she says, how do you solve it? This is what she said, you guys. I watched an hour and a half. She spoke on 10 minutes worth of a solution. Her solution was, you can't, you can't have an egg before you have a nest. That's what she said. Now, I know what she means, but you only took 10 minutes to say that. I hear what you're saying. How do you make people do it? That's the whole problem. It's not about what you're telling me. Make me do it. How do you make the people do it? That is the real issue. You want to tell me to build a nest before I have an egg? No shit, Sherlock. Make me do it. Make it make sense. How do you implement that in our community? If you can't tell me how to do it, don't tell me what to do. Hey, I can take you to the well, but I can't make you drink. No, you can make me drink, but you can't get me to the well, you guys. That's the problem with our community. Everybody swears they got the answer. No one can tell you how to solve it. Show your work. Here's the math equation. You just want to go right next to the equal sign and drop a couple numbers. But when it's time to look at these X's, Y's, and A's and reciprocals, people are lost. They're lost. What did she tell us after watching an hour and a half? She said, build a nest before you have an egg. Huh? You don't say. You don't say. Common Man, let me get everybody's final thoughts, and then I want to play that clip.
Go ahead, Common Man.
Go ahead.
Okay, now, she said exactly what I was talking about. She was psychoanalyzing us. Okay?
Right.
You have to build a nest before you were able to take care of the egg. Okay.
Family.
Now it's up to us. It's up to us
do it
as individuals to find a way to build to build the nest. You see what I mean? We've lost our way in building the nest. You see, that's what I got from that part of her book. Okay, and she's in her book anyway. But we've lost that part. A large percentage of it. You still have that in your mind. Okay,
right.
I don't know how you grew up, but you grew up with it naturally. See, we should have that ideology. Everybody else does, but us. We lost it due to government interference and everything else. Now, before you go, I just want to say, before I go, I just wanted to explain to you, all right, about reparations. We talked about that too. Okay. Now I'm going to explain to everybody here. You're not getting reparations. You're not. We as a people are not going to get reparations. And I'm going to explain to you why. I'm going to explain to you why.
Some of us know why. Hold on before you make that statement. Because people are going to challenge you and say, are you FBA? Because that's a thing that's going on in the community right now. Are you a foundational Black American? Are you a foundational Black American?
I am a descendant of African American slavery. It's in my records. It's on my census. It's in my DNA report and everything else. But now I'm going to explain to African Americans watching this show tonight.
Okay.
We are not going to get reparations. And I'm going to explain to you why. Okay?
Go ahead.
Because America doesn't have an interest in us. Meaning, we have no interest for them, for the nation. We always have to think of the nation of America, or the United States of America. Okay? We always have to think of that. We have nothing to give to the nation, to this country. We're here, we given, but we have nothing to give. For example, the Chinese, they have something to give. They have come from a country with nuclear weapons. So if they protect the Chinese, the nation is protected from China. Okay, Mexico, they just got what, $50 billion. They have something to give. If we don't treat them nice, or this nation doesn't treat them nice, Mexico can put nuclear weapons on that border. Okay, the Jews, they have something to give. Okay, they protect the middle. They're supposed to be protecting the Middle East for America, and they hold nuclear weapons there, so we can fire from that point, from that perspective. They have something to give. Okay.
Wait.
Now,
so hold on, common man, hold on, because I don't want to, because we're gonna take the show in a whole nother direction. Because
it's the same direction.
No, I'm just saying it'll extend the stream longer, because that's actually a very good conversation to have. I'm gonna save that because I actually have a pushback on that. I believe that we're just not using our power and leverage to get what we want in this country.
Have
I
no
think it's
power,
just that
Nate.
we got power. You know why we got power, common man? And this is why I don't want to have the conversation right now tonight, because we already have 4 hours and going on 30 minutes. I'm gonna just say this real quickly, and I want Dre to give his final thoughts, because everybody got to work in the morning except for me. So let me get. I'm like, bro, man, from the fifth floor. I ain't got no job.
I'm
Hold
retired,
on,
bro.
okay. Well, both of us ain't got no job. So hold on. And then Millennial work for his damn self. I need to get a job with Millennial. Millennial, send me an application. Stop playing. So this is the problem right now, and I want to get to Mr. Mustachio's question, because I think this is such a good question. I want to answer this before I go. Black people have all the power. We have all the leverage. We're just not using it properly, and that's our fault. And so I say that because we spent $1.6 trillion. We are the number one spenders. Our women are the number one spenders. We're the number one consumers. So we simply just need to stop spending improperly and put that money back in our communities, back into our homes. It's just that simple. When you stop spending your money, people correct themselves. I promise you, it's very simple. Let me give Drake.
Let me just say this real quick, okay?
Go ahead, brother.
That $1.1 trillion means nothing. They're already bringing in people to take our place to replace that money. You see, we as a people basically have nothing. We're enjoying the fruits of America's labor, or of America's capitalism, but we as a people have nothing. We have no war. Listen, let me finish. We have no weapons, no war machine. We have no real business. We have no real powerful businesses that you.
All right, hold that thought, common man. Hold that thought. No, I'm saying let's have that conversation another time. Let's have that hold that thought. Let's have that conversation another time, because we got to dive into that, because I think that's a good conversation to have. And you know how we do it over here. Just bring your war chest if you're gonna have the conversation. Let me get the closing statements, Dre. Let me let you go first, and then since Millennial he is on boss, he can go last, and then Miss Watchman, you go after Dre. Closing statements, Dre.
I appreciate it. Since I gotta get up at 5. Hey.
Hey, thank you for being B1, brother. This is B1 activity right here.
No. B1 is what I do behind the scenes.
Tell them about it.
If folks only knew. Well, let me explain it. This is my closing statement. This is what B1 is. Okay. If you want to build a community, for some of you think all Nathan does is on here, he does his research and he brings it to the chat. No. What I do and what Nate does is I hook him up with community leaders throughout this county and other counties, so he can go out there and get his message out. And I don't mean this random folks. I'm talking about powerful folks.
Yep.
Then I put them in line, because I'm all about educating you guys. Because the thing is with ignorance is when you're so comfortable with the limited amount of knowledge that you know, and it fits your narrative. You're afraid to go outside of that to explore, acquire knowledge. Everyone talks about wisdom. What is wisdom? Wisdom is knowledge applied.
Yes.
You gain your knowledge, you apply it, and you become a sponge. You soak up as much knowledge as you can, and then you wring it out to everybody so they can get a bit of that knowledge. And what they're going to do is pick what applies to their life, because everybody doesn't live the same, everybody doesn't work the same, and everybody doesn't have the mindset. So the information that you put out may not be relevant for this person, but it may be poignant for this person over here. And that's the thing. We'll go ahead and afraid to sit down and think for ourselves, listen to something that somebody else told us to listen to, and be so dead set on, this is great. But you're not willing to listen to any pushback or anything contradictory. You have to have rebuttals on everything you read. Just because it sounds good, there's always something else that will dispute it. And if you don't know the facts, if you don't know the truth, you're lost in the sauce. I'm a Mason. You know how many books out there that sit down and talk about masonry that I read? And I'm like, this ain't what I went through. So I don't know where you got this information from. But I need to read it to understand where these folks are coming from.
Correct.
We're never going to move forward if we stay put. There's a great fraternity out there. You know, they're pretty new. They have a motto, you know, build on a tradition, don't rest upon one. Okay. We're sitting there and resting upon the backs of our ancestors who fought for our freedom, who fought for the rights that we have now. And we want to live vicariously through them, but don't want to build on what they've already accomplished.
Yikes.
That's why we're stuck continuously talking about what's going on in the past, because we want to be recognized like them. We're unhappy with who we are as a people, as an individual person, to be able to show our contributions. So we want to sit down and engulf ourselves with the knowledge of the folks who did it before us and consider ourselves to be scholars, but yet we have not applied anything that they have done, anything they have taught us to move us forward as a race. That's the problem. We're stuck in the mud, but we have to think we're running, but we're running in place. Right. What are we doing? It's time to take all this pent-up energy, frustration, hatred, fear, and make it productive and move us forward. Take all the information that you got from the past, all your research, and move it forward. And we're going to be running.
Facts. Whew. All right, brother.
Yeah, have a good one.
That's Dre dropping gems Jenkins, for those who don't know him. Listen, y'all out here mining gems. I got a power panel tonight. Listen, what did Gail at Night say? She says, still marching, but won't boycott a damn thing for more than a week. You guys, that's where the work is at. See, all the B1, it sounds good. It's more symbolism. Next, you know, they're going to have a flag. No, do the work. Do the work. Show me the boycott. Show me the sacrifice. That's the B1. Do what I'm doing. Start a stream. Take your time, lose sleep, stay up late, debate ignorant people, debate delusional people. You guys, listen, that's the real work. I'm going into communities, having the conversation. I'm talking to people, traveling out. You guys, I do so much stuff behind the scenes, doing the work in real time. All marching, but won't boycott a damn thing. Miss Watchman, what's your closing statements? Gail, that is just on point.
Nate, my closing statement is start at home, rebuilding a sound family.
Yes.
Remember that your children have no business in the middle of your mess, even if you are not together. For the love of your baby, communicate like adults to raise them with a sound foundation. And then teach them how to unify outside of the home.
There you go.
Protect your house, protect your community.
Yes.
Protect your neighborhood.
Love your people.
If a 51-year-old woman can go out and do it alone,
Ooh.
Men, we need you to join in and help. You don't have to have a gun. You can always talk
There you
to
go.
these young people to reach them. Because if you cannot reach them, you cannot teach them. So be willing to have a conversation with the younger generation
Yes.
that you might inspire them to higher heights. That is how we come together and grow as one. Get on the same accord mentally.
Love it. Well said. Well said. Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you so much. Ooh.
I love you, Nathan. Thank you for all that you do.
Oh, love you
I
too, my dear.
appreciate it.
Oh, nah, love you too, my dear. Always, always. That's my number one hitter right here. See you, Miss Watchman. Oh, wait, Miss Watchman. Wait. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I am Miss Watchman on YouTube. I haven't learned how to do the live stream thing yet. I don't think I have enough followers to do that. I just got a new phone because the other one was so overridden I couldn't even upload anything. But I am Miss Watchman on Instagram as well as the Angelic Lyrical Queen.
You know, you could do streaming. I'm gonna reach out to you on Instagram. You know, we messaged each other. So a lady in the chat was asking. I meant to ask you earlier before I forgot. You have a powerful voice. You have a powerful message, as you already know, and you can touch on things that I probably can't touch on right now. You know, we all got to do our pieces, right, in order to put the puzzle properly together.
We all have a part to play.
We all got a part to play.
You know, if we're the fingers, we need to do what the fingers do.
Absolutely.
If we are the palm, we do what the palm does, what the knees, the elbows, the feet, and the toes. We all need one another. No part of this body is insignificant or unimportant.
Ooh, I heard that.
Just remember that even in school, you have level 2, level 4, level 6, and level 8. And they are all the same age, same grade. But we're not all on the same level at the same time. And just because someone's on level 2, it doesn't mean that they're unintelligent. Because some of your most intelligent individuals are in level 2 classes. They just learn at a different rate, a different perspective and understanding than others. So what we have to do is we have to remember to have love, understanding, compassion, not sympathy, but empathy. For when we have empathy for our brothers and sisters, we help them to rise. When we have sympathy, we want to give them a handout. And they feel that and they don't want that energy.
Understood. Well said. I agree. And when you're ready if you need my help with anything with YouTube, you know, just let me know. And we'll set a time up and we'll go over some stuff to get you set up. But there was a lady in the chat. I saved the message. I got to go back and find it. But please go and follow her. Miss Watchman is her channel, her link. And we're gonna get you set up. Whatever I could do to help, you know, you just let me know.
I'll be in touch, Nathan.
All right, sounds good, sis. All right, have a good night. Have a good night. Be safe.
Shalom, family.
Shalom. All right.
Oh, Nathan.
What's up?
Before I go, I just got back off vacation in Hot Springs, and I discovered that the springs there are healing. My hand I was having problems with numbness in my hand.
Okay.
And I couldn't make a fist. And I was the only person who was able to dip my hands into that hot spring multiple times. They say it comes out at 180 degrees. Jeez. I didn't feel it at all until the last dip. And now I can make a mighty fist.
Okay. Oh, I love that. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Put me on. Put me on. Put me on.
All right. Love you.
All right. Love you too, boo. All right. And then there were 3. Shout out to you, Jedi Mike, the big homie. He like the little brother. Love me some Jedi Mike, man. He is so funny. I love this dude. I didn't know you was in the stream, Jedi. Shout out to you, brother. Millennial, what's your closing remarks for us tonight?
I mean, the only thing I got which heard it a couple times throughout this panel, is we really need to stop thinking that we don't have anything. There's a reason why we don't have anything. The reason why we don't have anything is because we don't create anything. We can't sit back and just expect something to be given to us just because of somebody else's struggle before us. Because when slavery ended, at one point our people was a business class of people. You should look up history and find out when people started working jobs. That came later in the 1900s. There was a time when we were a business class of people. We know how to build. We know how to create. Look at the country around us. That mindset of thinking that, we have to understand that we're here and we don't have anything, so we just got to deal with it. That's a mindset. And when you get out here and you build and you create something, and not only create something, but you create something that creates something that creates something, that mindset will change, I promise you. To give you an example of what I mean really quick, of creating something that creates something that creates something. You create a business that creates the means for yourself to eat. That business creates the means for you to hire somebody else and bring them into your organization. That ability creates the ability for them to take care of their family. It goes on and on and on. It's cyclical. So we got to get over that whole thinking that we don't have anything here. You're right, we don't, because we don't create anything.
Correct.
We know what we need to do, and I mean that's all I got, man. Because that's what I hear a lot. We got to be B1. We got to do this. We got to do that. We have to get back into the mindset of creation and not consumption. There's a reason why all these other groups can come over here and get advances on things that we aren't afforded to. Why? Because there's not an overwhelming majority of us who are already here trying to do those things. Those people come over here and they're willing to go open a business. They're willing to go do this. They're willing to pay into the system. So that's why it seems like it's easier for them. We can't sit back and expect handouts, man. We got to be willing to do the work, and we own a lot here.
Yep.
We just have to work for it. That's all I got.
Man, well said. And Millennial, I just want to say thank you, give you a special shout out for always supporting, always encouraging me behind the scenes as well. You always keep me war ready. So I always appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. And I think to your point as well, I would add this too. I would say there's something to be said when your hands are actually involved in your own success, your own accomplishments. You can't put a number on that. You can't put a value on that. When people talk about white supremacy, what I think the piece that they miss the capitalism. They miss the part about it being about money, right? And what is it at the end of the day? You have people who own businesses. They're involved in the system of corporate businesses. And so if they are the majority in said business, they control that business. You can't be mad at a person for controlling the business. They want to control it, whether fair or unfair. If they own it, they run it how they want to run it. You can't say nothing. Dave Chappelle's a perfect example. Hey, we need you to put this dress on and do this and do that. He's like, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, cool. I'm not going to pay you this money. Fine, then I quit. What they do with Nick Cannon? Nick Cannon said some things. They said you need to apologize. I ain't apologizing. Okay, well, you're fired. Nah, you can't fire me. I started this company. Wilding out. Well, but we technically own it, sir. Again, at the end of the day, if you don't own it, you don't control it. And then you can't get mad when people are controlling you. Or they decide to hire who they want to hire. It's not fair. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying we need to do our own. It's just at the end of the day, that's it. So,
and not only that, but we have to understand that the things that we get into, listen, the same way they come into our community and provide us with what we want, we got to stop only thinking that we can only provide the things that our people consume. There's a lot of things out here that people like you and I don't pay for, that the other side pay for, that we can be doing as well. I live it every day.
Yep.
My customers don't look like us, but hey, that's my recommendations. I go get it and bring it back home and distribute it within my community. I think that's B1. Everybody that work for me look like me.
Facts. When you can employ your own, because and that's the thing, right? You have your own business. You can employ your own people. And that's the whole power of it at the end of the day. That's where the power is, you guys. The power is in economics. That's it. He employs his own. He can employ who he wants. You go and ask for a job for someone who doesn't look like you, and you get mad if they don't pick you, then you want to blame it on racism. That's not how it works. It's just not. So listen, Millennial Mark, I appreciate you, brother.
No problem, man. I
All right,
love
man.
coming up whenever you do these.
Man, thank you, man. Thank you. All right, man. Have a good night, bro. Common Man, what you want to close us out with real quick? I can't hear you, brother. Oh, you on mute. Can't unmute your guest. Their mic isn't connected. Oh, your mic's not connected. All right, Common Man. You good? Let's see. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Someone said he's in the fog. No, you guys, he got that set up that way to obscure his identity. He's a superhero. Go ahead, Common Man. We're gonna close it out, brother. I appreciate you for coming up, man, and dropping the knowledge as always. I think it's a good idea to do that stream, though. I think that'd be really great for another stream that we talked about earlier.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. It's low though.
Okay, hold on. I put this back in. All right, but I'll speak now because it's kind of jacked up right now. All right, first of all, Millennial was wrong. We do create. Okay, I'm going to explain to you how. Okay,
well, hold on. I don't want to get into the long one, man. We closing out.
It's going to be
brother.
Short. It's going to be short and sweet.
Okay, oh, man, you always say it's going to be short. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it kind of sound familiar, don't it?
All right, exactly.
Anyway,
go ahead, brother.
Okay, anyway.
What's your closing remarks in reference to the stream, not what Millennial Mark said?
It's on the stream, okay? It's on the stream. All right. This what we're on was created by an African man from Nigeria. Mm-hmm. Okay, he created what the mathematical equation that gave us the internet. The cell phone, you can Google it. The cell phone was created by an African American man. Okay, the cell phone. Okay, now the reason we're in space is because of what? 5 African American women's mathematical equations that put us there. Okay, and we can go on right now, right here on YouTube. I'm glad he put it up. His brother named Moses. He was a I think that special forces guy. He created a machine. It's kind of like a cloud that takes water out of like what we breathe out of the air. And he takes the moisture out of the air and pumps it into and makes water out of it. The Jews stole that from him. Our problem is that it's not that we don't create, it's that we give it away. We give it away for the fast buck. And that's our biggest problem here in America. And like, for example, Motown. All right,
that was real quick.
Okay, I want to finish it, okay? Motown was the greatest record company that America ever made, that started in an old house in Gary, Indiana. You see what I mean? But what? Now he didn't teach his family to take over that business and make it grow even more. He sold it to white people. Our biggest problem is we create, but we give it away. When we build, whatever we do, we give it away. Our talent, we give it away. We give it away. We're no different. To be honest with you, we're no different than the Africans on the continent of Africa, who when white people came there, they saw these Africans playing with shiny. They said it was shiny rocks, and they came to find out it was diamonds. You see, and because they didn't know what diamonds were in the Western world, and they gave their land away, and now we have billions of dollars of diamonds coming here from that same place where the first white men went there, and these kids were playing with shiny rocks, and they just thought they were rocks. They didn't know they were just different rocks, shiny rocks. They were playing games with them. You see, and that's our problem. We don't know how to franchise ourselves. And that's the main problem.
I agree, and then that requires a whole lot of teamwork, which is another piece that we're missing.
We give
Unfortunately,
our teamwork to the white man. We rather team up with the white man instead of team up with each other.
hey,
And
hey,
there it is with the
and there,
Europeans. We rather do it because it's a fast buck.
it is a fast buck, and not, but I think that's when we go back to saying B1 is that you hold off and make sure that you build the community properly, and it's not to say that you don't do business. It means that you ensure that everything is together properly before you do that, and so that's the key.
One,
But
black first.
B1. All right. That's what's up, Common Man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you always.
Right,
Brother got the privacy screen up. Yeah. The black man invented that. All right.
Hey, good point.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
All right, you too, man.
All right.
All right, I'm out.
Man, great stream, you guys. 5 hours. I said we'll never do it, but we do it all the time. Man, what a great stream. I want to before we close out, I want to talk about first and foremost, I want to say thank you so much for everybody who came in tonight. This was a very, I won't say difficult, but it's a very sensitive topic. You know, I always want to be as careful as possible when having these certain discussions. I want to thank everybody who came and showed support tonight. All the members, all the moderators. Thank you so much, you guys. It means a lot when you come up here and just be in the chat, help me hold it down. Thank you so much, Miss Eds, Courtney, Gail, of course. We all know she's the moderator in this space. Thank you so much, Gail. I love you guys so much. You really helped me do this thing, and I'm learning as I'm going. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated tonight, you guys. That is such a blessing when you do that. It goes a long way. There's a lot of work that goes into this process. A lot of sleepless nights. Listen, I'll probably be up for another 3 more hours working on and doing other things for the stream and just other stuff in general. This is a mission. It's a journey, and it's a very important one. And again, thank you for the guest, that brother, for coming up. I know we have different, you know, we have a different perspective of things and all that. That's not so much the issue. Honestly, I think I was just more so taken by the cavalier response and the attitude and the ego and all that. I think I was kind of just taken by the approach more so than anything. But everyone has a different opinion. Everyone's strong in their convictions. I don't have a problem with that. I can talk to anyone who's willing to have an honest conversation. And he was, you know, he's a little rude here and there, but you know, I match a little. I could be petty too, you know, petty energy. But at the end of the day, we had a conversation. It was still just a good exchange at the end of the day, despite how we feel about certain things. What we can agree on is we want the circumstances for Black people in this country to be better. We might look at it differently. I don't think white people are the problem. I think evil people are the problem. I think wicked people are the problem. I love all people. I don't do division over here on this channel. And I don't like that cult mindset, right? I think it's counterproductive. And so I don't like the idea of this white people are bad when white people have helped Black people get out of bad situations in this country. We got to call it for what it is. And that's just me personally. Everybody's different. And though we have a different perception of the issues, doesn't mean that we can't talk about it. So again, I appreciate them coming up. There's a couple people who are in the videos descriptions, and they have a lot to say. I'm always open. I have an open door policy over here. As long as you're respectful, we can always have a conversation. Shout out to Johnny for man, thank you so much for this. For sponsoring this stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And everyone who has donated to the stream. You guys, this is a blessing. I feel truly blessed, and I do feel So grateful. You know, I've been put in a situation to be able to lend my voice. Shout out to Millennial Mark. Always. He's honestly always normally the sponsor of these streams, you guys. He's always encouraged me behind the scenes as well. We're texting back and forth. Every time something pop off, I'm like, man, look at this. he's like Millennial Mark's always, I can always count on him to come up and bring a perspective, very passionate perspective. Listen, what I love most about Millennial Mark, you know, he also used to be a police officer, and you know, he stepped outside of that and started doing his own thing, and he's extremely successful. And again, he's a walking, living, breathing black man that is who capped basically captured the American dream. He went from working for the man to working for himself, right? So shout out to you, brother, again, and thank you so much for always dropping knowledge and support. And of course, Dre, my other moderator and member, always dropping knowledge and dropping support. Shout out to that brother. He kept him up all night. Thank you. I really appreciate him hanging out. It's always good to have these guys in the chat because they do help out with the conversations and things like that. So it's always cool. Shout out to Courtney. Courtney came up with the perfect question. You know, he didn't want to answer the question. That's fine. I respect the guesses. Not wanting to answer the question. See, we got him in that trick bag though. What type of women do you date? I date white, Asian, and Hispanic. My last three. He was like, aha, gotcha. I knew you was a white supremacist. I was like, no, I got you. Right? I love all women. Would I date a white woman? Absolutely. Send me a pretty Becky. See what happens. Y'all better stop playing. But I love all people, man. I think all women are beautiful. All beautiful women are beautiful. I don't discriminate. I've just been around black women. So I've dated what I've been around, right? Proximity. I'm not with all that other stuff. I'm pretty sure if I grew up in California and I stayed there long enough, I would have dibbed and dabbed in all areas, right? I love people, man. I'm not with all this division, you guys. I don't think it's true that just because you date outside your race means you can't speak on issues. That stuff's ignorant. Oh, you're not dark skinned enough. You can't speak on dark skin issues. What? That sounds stupid. It sounds really stupid. It's ignorant. Some will say it's racist, right? Man, we got to get away from that. Only weapons of love will destroy weapons of hate, you guys. It's just that simple. What I hear from having these conversations with people who have such a fixed mindset is that they start to sound like the same racist people that they're complaining about. That's what you start to become. You complain so much about, you're starting to look like the same thing you're complaining about. That's the sad part about it. This is a very diverse group of people who run this channel. All of my subscribers this is our channel. You guys are from everywhere. All skin color, all ethnicities, all races, and only 2 genders over here, right? So, shout out to Mr. Mustache. I struggled with this when I first saw it. Yes, I like this statement here. I hear the benefits of self-segregation to support community businesses, but how does this carry over to areas that don't have a large population of your choosing sector? This is a great question. I love this question, actually. I think segregation on a positive side is to help the Black community regain control over the community and the economics, because you need this in order to actually fuel your own community to help it thrive. So, and then once that foundation is corrected in the Black community, I believe then you then start to then go back and compete, right? So it's not to alienate any other group out of the community. It's to make sure that there are, not only do you have options from white businesses, Asian and Hispanic businesses, but you also need to have that option from a black business. The problem is there are no black businesses. There's not enough of black businesses to compete with the other businesses that have been created by other ethnic groups. So for example, if I go in my neighborhood and I see a let's say we can use that example. Say a laundromat or cleaners, dry cleaners, right? There's not a black owned dry cleaners, but there might be an Asian owned dry cleaning store. Or there might be a dry cleaning store that's owned by maybe an Indian, right? And so, but then there's no black option. And that's the problem. There are no black options for a lot of businesses in our own communities, and that has to change. So we need to first put these and implement these, in my personal opinion. And then once we can we can do these things ourselves, then you continue to compete with everybody else. There needs to be options. This is a problem, right? And this is something we talk about. It's against the law for corporations to monopolize certain industries. Well, one would argue that the black community has been monopolized by everybody else but the black people. That within itself is a travesty, right? And so I feel like that needs to be addressed. And then also black businesses go into other communities, white, Asian, Hispanic as well, and say, hey, this is a black laundromat business in a white community, and give white people a different option, give Asian people, Hispanic people. And it's just about being competitive. And that's just how I look at it. I think that was such a great question, but that's just my thoughts. That's my theory. I believe that was a good way to kind of bring some new things moving. Shout out to Shay. She said, I got pulled over for my tinted windows and I'm white. Thank you, Shay. She's absolutely right. Everything's not racist, you guys. Sometimes people just do wrong. Sometimes people are just wrong. The cops are just wrong. Black people are just wrong, and ain't got nothing to do with nothing. You're just wrong. That's the reason. You're wrong. And you got white folks that are just wrong, period. There's nothing else to say. You're wrong. When you add that but at the end, you're making an excuse. You're wrong. And there are times when it is racist. Absolutely 100%. You're white and you're a racist. You're black and you're a racist. Or some people say you're prejudiced, right? Black people can't be that. Regardless, right? Some things, at the end of the day, everything is not about racism. Period. Yep. We keep the economy moving with our own spending power. Facts. I love this one right here from Secretary. Although the Secretary of Common Sense. Yeah, badge first. I was going to have to save that. Man. And last one I highlighted, I wanted to bring up. Facts. He said, if you can't keep your own house in order, why in the hell would I trust you to put the community in order? You guys, that's true. Shout out to you, brother. I think that was a great comment. Great comment. Listen, you guys, man, this was a great stream. I really appreciate it. Can't wait to get people's thoughts under the comment section. Please, when you get done and when you go back in the video, I'll clip the conversation with the guest. I think it's important to just see that by itself, but I would love to get you guys' thoughts just in general. So listen, guys, this was great. This is great. Black equal in word. Black equal. I don't know what that's always talking about. Color as a farmer. Nathan, the reason I asked because we live in the black community. What did he say? He said, Nathan, the reason I asked because where I live, the black community is tiny. There isn't enough of a community to be able to support itself. Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, in situations like that, I think there's always going to be those, right? You're going to have smaller communities on the outskirts. I don't think there's anything wrong with every community doesn't necessarily need to have it, but it doesn't need to be a point to where it's non-existent. You know what I mean? Like you just don't have an option anywhere. You know, it shouldn't be a thing where we're struggling. You got to have an app to find a black business. Uh, and these things need to be franchisable, right? I think that's where it comes down to. These things need to be able to be franchised. We should be able to replicate these things in any community, and there should be a concerted effort to do that. In my personal opinion, that's a great question. I'm just going through the chat on the things that I missed. Facts. For those who missed that stream where Chelsea Nelson had made a statement and said she was clowning Chaotic. That was so funny. She said Chaotic had a non-FBA hairline. I thought that was so interesting. It was funny. I said, we judging people based on the hairline. It's like, man, we can't catch a break. Hold up, we got us a special guest in the building. Hey, what's good? What's good, JR? Thank you so much, brother, for this. Man, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much for this. Shout out to Lapeef's Network. Listen, I went over there and went over to your channel, Lapeef. That time we had that discussion. It was about that domestic issue where the brother he got killed or whatever. But the conversation was such a powerful conversation. We were talking about just again the black community and the issues and things like that. So first time I got introduced to Six, and then they had their beef with Chaotic. Chaotic was tearing up the stream. It was crazy. And I went over there, and you guys, he brought me up, gave me a chance to speak on his panel. You guys, he has a large platform. They have crazy conversations over there, a lot of conversation. Sometimes it's like World War III over there. You got to be able to hold your own. Like you got to be able to talk, handle your business, because some of them folks on the panel chop you down. And so, man, he gave me an opportunity to go and speak. Huge platform, a lot of eyes. So again, I appreciate that, brother. I really, really appreciate that, giving me that opportunity. And not only that, from that act of giving me that opportunity, I ended up clashing with a gentleman on the panel. You guys seen him over here. His name is Jay Prince. And, he was like, yeah, these pigs, right? This whole thing about the pig came up. And, then it got heated again. But what grew out of that conflict was something even more beautiful. And so I look at the relationship now that me and Jay Prince have. We were able to come together. Hold on. He said it's calm now. All right, I like to catch some of the streams when I get a chance, man. I gotta jump back over there, man, on some of them topics, man. It'd be fun over there, though. I ain't gonna lie. Pete said JR said it's calm now. And I look at what formed out of that. Out of chaos, sometimes, you guys, the most beautiful things are born, and I reached out to Jay Prince, and he was all for the conversation, you guys. If you have not seen that stream, it was a beautiful conversation. Jay Prince came over here, and that brother, I invited him to the show. He was questioning me like I was the guest, right? He was like, so what made you become a cop? He's like, and why'd you do it when black folks don't like the police? Man, but it was such a good conversation. I told you guys, if you haven't heard the story, I talked about how I ran from the police, how I got away too. They almost got me. And then I talk about my first time being detained in court, getting ready to go to jail, and I had to slide out of that. I talk about that story, and we just had a real conversation, man, between two brothers, and just built off of that. And it was a beautiful, beautiful moment, very powerful moment, you guys. If you haven't seen it, it's called post-traumatic police disorder. I talk about that. It's a theory that I'm working on, I'm doing research on, to examine the relationship Black people have with law enforcement, explaining that anxiety, explaining the conditioning, explaining the historical context as to why we basically hate the police, or we're uncomfortable, we dislike them, and how a lot of times the media is encouraging this divisive relationship, and then also our anecdotal and the experiences that we see or we live vicariously through other people. And then also how we misinterpret situations with the police and blame them for things, and then in turn we end up disliking them. So it's some real research going on behind the scenes, you guys. I'm looking to really put this in a journal and really coin this. And this is actually going to help us also in the long run when we think about court and things of that nature, that this is a real condition, right? So again, that would not have happened because I really sat down and marinated on that before me and Jay Prince had the conversation. That wouldn't have happened. We would not have gotten to that point, would have never had that conversation, would have never healed with that brother, and even also possibly even saved his life too, right? Changed his perception of police. So again, JR, thank you so much for that. Shout out to Anton as well for also alley-ooping that. He also brought me on the channel. We also had the conversation. He spoke to Jay Prince. So a lot, man, has come out of that interaction, all from one man's channel. And the conversation was had. And also a lot more people were reached because of that conversation. And that's what it's all about. So again, shout out to all the content creators out here who give us opportunities to speak and spread positive messages. It means a lot, and it does have an impact. So that right there is for you, JR. Listen, if you guys don't know, they are coming to Atlanta. JR, if you hear, is there a way, if you could send it to, if Courtney's still on, or if Gail, if you have it, if you can drop the link for Lapeef. I think he has a link to buy tickets to the Atlanta show. So he's coming to Atlanta. Their network is coming to Atlanta in August for all my Atlanta subscribers, my Atlanta watchers. If you can, Gail, if you got it, damn, Gail, be on it. You guys, it's in the chat. Please check it out. I'll definitely also try to I'm gonna add it to the description of the video as well for those who can click on it. Please go and support Gail super quick. You know she got it. Gail got it. Listen, you guys, go to Lapeef's network, go to his channel. Please support the network, you guys. It's a beautiful thing when we all work together and build this thing. We're all building it. Again, this is what we're talking about tonight. Be one, right? It's about supporting one another. We see value in what the things that we are doing, we support. And so shout out again, JR. Thank you so much for that super chat, brother. I really appreciate it. You guys, please go and check out that link. Get those tickets before they get out, because they're in Texas and it was popping. And I'm mad I missed it, but I'm coming to the Atlanta one. I got to get my ticket. Actually, I forgot. I need to get my ticket. But at the end of the day, you guys, please go and support great content over there. He does so many different types of streams. There's something for everybody. So I usually hit up the Thursday every now and then. Shout out my boy Broken Dusty, JB over there. Shout out to the whole panel over there as well. And then I try to get some of that Sage talk. So they got a lot going on. This brother about to have a TV app in a minute. Watch what I tell you. They're gonna be like, this is the Lapeef Amazon link. Just click on here and get all the episodes, all the shows. I'm telling you, he's gonna put together a whole real network. I see that brother doing something like the O channel, right? And this is how it works, and we support each other, and that's how we get it done. We can't complain we don't have nothing if you don't support nothing, right? So listen, at the end of the day, you guys, it's all about green supremacy. Say what you want to say. Money talks. And is it white supremacy or is it white leverage? They got bigger numbers. Bigger numbers. Don't let it confuse you. But there's power in teamwork. Power and teamwork. If you want to play by yourself, you in by yourself. That's the moral of the story, you guys. We got to bring our resources together to make about change. You got to put yourself in a position of power. Put yourself in a position of leadership to bring about change. What are you doing? Are you doing it in real time? Are you doing the work in real time? Are you supporting those who are doing it? That's what it's all about. Green feeds the dream. Put it on a shirt. Put it on a shirt. Put it on a shirt. All right. The time is now. Listen, we're not standing up for it. We have to push back on that rhetoric because it keeps us in a cycle, right? Keeps us in a holding pattern. It's on us to push back on it. You see brothers like, hey, you ain't black if you do this. Hey, brother, we ain't with all that, bro. Just get yourself together, get your house together, get your life together. That's how you help the community work together as a team, invest your money properly. You know, pick the man up if you see the brother asking for help. If there's something you can do, encourage him. Encourage him. You know. She said, "Are you just on YouTube bumping your gums, begging for super chats and cash apps?" Facts. Facts. I'm begging though. I'm begging. Shit. Man, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Listen, this is a great stream. Damn, we hit 5 hours. I'm tripping. I'm so tripping. Like I ain't got nothing to do. I got a lot of things coming up I got to share with you guys. But I want to solidify everything before I do that. You know, things be looking good, and I'll be like, I got to see it on paper first. But to shout out to Dre, you know, I plan on doing linking up with a lot of community organizers and things like that. So get the message out, get the ideas out about police reform, and then have these conversations offline as well. It's not just what you see, it's what's not being seen. You know, that's how you judge a person. So, right. Yeah, these FBA hairlines. Oh man, shout out to y'all. Listen, I ain't gonna keep y'all up. It was at 1:43. Listen, thank you everybody for donating to the donut fund. Y'all know your boy, I went in this past weekend. I went in official long stroke. You know, brother, gotta get the stroke on. Listen, you know what's so interesting though? I try my best not to, but the conversations usually be so good. It's like it's hard to stop. Shout out to you, Courtney. Listen, we got some power moves working behind the scenes. Shout out to Storm Monroe. I got to drop that link. That was a crazy conversation, but it was so much fun. We had a good time. Yeah, man, I got a donut fun, bro. I be killing. You know what my favorite donut is? Y'all gonna listen. I would kill. Hold on, let me see if y'all can y'all see that? The strawberry with the sprinkles, bro. I'm gonna be asking y'all for a LA Fitness Fund after this. I'll be tripping, and I'm about to eat that one too. I'm about to eat that last donut before I go to bed. That's the real sad part. Jelly roll fun. Facts. I'm working on it though. I told myself next month I'm getting back on my diet. I gotta get back on it. We keep it real over here. We keep it real over here. So listen, you guys. I think I covered everything for tonight. Rainbow, of course. What's wrong with rainbow sprinkles? Huh? You hating on the rainbows? You know, that's a no. Can't do that. Can't do that. So some Officer Wickens. Hold on, is that from Simpsons? Oh man. In my whole career though, I've only had 4 people get away from me on foot. I've caught everybody. B1, we out. We out. Listen, are you a lowercase b or are you a big B? Right? Tonight we had a lowercase b. The guest was lowercase b. We're gonna see what he do though, and then we'll decide whether or not he's gonna be a big B. Right now, he a little B, you guys. Too many conflicting statements about his his it's funny. Yeah, he a lowercase b. He got to prove he a big B. He a lowercase b. But we're gonna work on him. We're gonna get him right, y'all. We're gonna clear his ears out. We're gonna unveil that mask in front of him. We're gonna get him right. Over time, we're gonna get him right, you guys. With that, you guys, I'm not gonna hold y'all. Let me see. I want to make sure I covered everything. I might play that last piece of Dr. Wesson. What did she say? She also, yeah, I might do it on another episode, cover that. But listen, you guys, I'm not gonna hold y'all. We're gonna end this thing out strong. Again, shout out to everyone. And don't forget racism, white supremacy, one word now. Racism, white supremacy is one word now. Yeah, that's how they were quoting it. Racism, white supremacy. Lord mercy. If he didn't vote for Biden, exactly. I was gonna ask him, but I was like, he's not gonna answer. He's not gonna tell me who he voted for. I am a cookie monster. Shout out to you, love. Shout out to Pretty Ugly Truth. We still got a show to do. Some black gal said, "Who's B1? What is B1, girl? You have to run it back. You have to run it back." He said he voted for him. He's B1. Lowercase b, lowercase b. Most people say I'm Big B, and I'm proud of it. Whatever that B stands for. Oh man, y'all are funny. Lowercase b's want to come up here and challenge a big B and get their feelings hurt. That's the problem. Listen, you guys, I love y'all so much, man. I really, really appreciate it. So with that, listen, we're gonna talk about some new stuff coming up ahead. I gotta give you guys some updates on some new content. Anyways, y'all, listen, thank you so much for staying with us. I love you guys. I appreciate all the support. Everybody supported tonight. I could not have done this without you. And listen, with that being said, let these truths find you where these lies have left you. Good night and God bless. B1, we out.